Yeah, welcome back. Am I coming in loud and clear? If not, twist your resonating crystal to the up position on your visual interfacing device. I know you kids in the underworld have newfangled devices I never even heard of. Well, in this case, you're going to have to figure it out on your own. Old Uncle Grim can't help you there. But am I coming in loud and clear? Can you hear me? From the not-so-sunny land, where do I live? I live in Ohio. That's where I live. Ohio. That's where I live. Yeah, canonically, Grim's Dungeon takes place in some farmland in Ohio. Who would have guessed? Not I. Till 10 seconds ago. Welcome, everybody, to Grim's Dungeon, the show where a dead guy talks a lot and makes people upset because they torture not just the characters they play, but also themselves. I'm your host, Mac Daddy Grim, Uncle Grimbo, the Griminator. I don't even... What's my official title here? It's...
Grim Daddy.
It's Big Daddy Grim Esquire. I was a lawyer in a past life. Welcome back. 5 by 5. I'm not old, so I don't know what that means. I'm ancient. Yeah. Okay, I thought that was pretty good. Everyone have a call? You can hear me? Everything's good? All right. Well, since last time, nothing's happened except everything. You're dead. It's over. That was it. It's over. You're dead. I don't even know if they heard. I hope they did. Oh goodness. Anyway, what's happened since last time? Well, let me tell you. You threw me off. My entire train of thought's gone. Oh, there it is. I tortured. So there's that. I tried eating cockroaches for the first time. That was pretty good. Though they get stuck in your teeth, the little legs. Not great. What else? I read some books. Have you ever heard of Misery? Stephen King novel. Pretty good. Great inspiration reading material. Almost like a textbook, really, on how to make someone really wish they were dead without actually killing them. So that's been helpful. And for the most part, I've been talking to a lot of people. A lot of other spirits out there who are trying to copy us. I don't know what this is all about, but have you read this? Have you heard about this? Have you read this? There's other people trying to make these types of shows, and little do they know, we're down here, audience of how many dead people are there? Like 50 quadrillion dead humans. If you count the Cro-Magnon era. I gotta say, you don't stand a chance against us dead people. And I just want to say thank you so much for watching. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. Why don't we take a look and see what these guys are up to today? They all seem kind of stupid this time around, as always. We got one that's eating well, I'll just show you. Why describe it when I'm going to show you? And look at them all. Look at them all sitting here. This is so gross. As a spirit, do you guys feel this feeling when you look at these mortals? Do you just want to vomit, projectile vomit? Not that we can, but kind of pull an exorcist card. Like, the guy's like, get out of here, get out of the wall, get out of the girl, get out of the girl. And, it's like, have you ever felt that? Because I feel it all the time when I look at these people.
Lost a lot of blood.
There wasn't any blood. My finger fell off, and there wasn't any blood. That's
not good.
Hey, can I have one?
Is that a crayon?
Give me your pinky.
It's attached.
Where's?
Bring it here.
It fell off right here.
I mean, I'm kind of...
Oh, that's what that was. I'm sorry.
I was going to put it back.
Oh, it's real waxy. That was a bad idea.
After all this time, I kind of like it here. It's kind of homey.
Once the rest of your body goes numb, yeah, you kind of get used to it.
Yeah.
There's a word for that.
Yeah.
It's a syndrome. Stockholm?
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Well, that doesn't make any sense because this is a mansion.
stock mansion.
Not
Mansion home syndrome?
How would we know?
Not a home. It's a verbal pun. You know,
Wait,
if you
wait,
don't
wait.
know how
There's
it's
more
spelled.
rooms than
How
this
would
one?
we know? We've never left this room.
What kind of house has a dungeon in it?
Yours!
Right?
What were you just eating there? Crayons? Stop.
No.
Stop. Let me stick out your tongue. Oh my God. Yeah, I can't quite see.
Are you done?
No, I think
Okay.
it. Okay, put it up. Thanks, appreciate that. Anyway, I got a wild show for you tonight. A lot of things are going to happen. A lot of craziness, a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, a lot of what ifs, a lot of whodunits. I've got some people that are going to come in that you haven't seen before. I got some people that you've already seen that are going to make reappearances, people that they love. I've got pain, I've got suffering, I've got trials and tribulations. I've got all sorts of things you're going to see here tonight at Grimm's Dungeon, Esquire. We're back, baby. I'm awesome. These guys suck. I can't wait to make them feel even worse than they already feel. I've got spiders under their chairs. They don't even know it. Black widows. I got brown recluses. I got those giant orb weavers. Those kind of crazy things that look like they're going to kill you, but actually they're pretty harmless, but you kill anyway because you're scared and you're a pansy. I got it all. All here tonight at Grimm's Dungeon. Can I get a round of applause from the audience? Can I get a
I don't like
round of
spiders.
applause? Yeah, okay, shut up.
Spiders.
In the end, you all die. Welcome back to Grimm's Dungeon. I'm your host, Grimm. Tonight, I have a ghastly tale for you. One that I think will even rock the socks off the most veteran of TTRPG players. The most hardened of hearts will be shooketh tonight, I think. All here in a stunning 55-page document. We'll be going for at least 6 days tonight, so get some popcorn, get some A&W root beer, which is arguably either the best or worst, depending on whether or not they pay me.
Get yourself some crayons like our friend.
Yes.
Is some literal? Are those actual? No, they're not actual crayons. That's not. You would not do that.
He did question it though.
No. How about you? No. I didn't question it because. You know,
He's not sharing. That's what he's saying.
Oh, it's not sharing. Okay. If you see any Nightbot things, hold on. Let me
They
just.
don't look not real to me.
They don't
They
look
look very realistic. I think
Yeah.
I think
Here, I can do
he is eating crayons.
No.
He's always been eating crayons, though. It's just never been
drink.
on stream before.
true.
They can't be real crayons. You wouldn't drink water after real
That
crayons.
should work.
No, you need
You want to
milk.
savor them.
How's everyone doing in the chat? How's everyone doing?
No,
you guys doing well?
You need milk
True.
with crayons. That's how you eat crayons.
Glue.
Exactly.
Glue crayons.
Are you guys still
Glue.
talking about crayons? Look, we got a great show for you tonight. Tonight's going to be a real doozy. I'm just making sure everything's recording before it all goes to heck in a
Doozy woozy.
handbasket.
Every time he says that,
To what?
I feel like I need to doozy.
Doozy. Yeah, because you are a doozy. Your
Heyo.
existence is a doozy. I'm actually questioning how you managed to make it this far. Like, was it just like, you know, a
you
magic
got-
spell?
So you see,
I heard your
when a
elbow.
mommy and a daddy
Ah, yes.
Love
Well,
each
in
other
that,
very
with
much.
that,
I was about to say, our bit's over.
with that, we do have a fun show. I don't really have much updates other than you should go definitely check out our YouTube. Do it, coward. Why haven't you done it before? You should do it. You should go check out our YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube, hi. Welcome to the stream. I'm sure you skipped to the part where it says game starts because I mark it in the chapters. But if you haven't, I appreciate it. Welcome, and welcome.
Check out our other stuff. Check out our Instagram. Check out
Yeah.
our podcast.
Check out our Instagram. I
Check
wasn't
out our
done with the
Instagram.
list,
I wasn't
so-
sure.
Check out our TikTok. Boo.
check out our
We haven't posted
OnlyFans.
anything on there in
No,
a minute.
no.
Give me the password, I'll post.
No. Anytime you talk about other platforms on TikTok, you get shadow banned. So we got kicked off of there pretty quick. Oops. Anyway, welcome. Other than that, I don't really have any updates. I think we definitely want to get started because it's daylight savings tomorrow,
Oh no, I forgot about that.
which means you lose a
So
whole
does that happen
hour.
tomorrow morning at 2
Yes.
or the next
Yeah,
morning at 2?
yeah.
Tomorrow morning at 2.
Or this
Okay.
tonight at 2 o'clock.
So it goes from
Yeah.
1:59 to 3.
Yes.
Basically.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It's just sleep.
I'll get home at like 3.
Oh, buddy.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna
You'll get
try
home.
to. We're gonna try
Get
to
here on
start
time.
early.
will.
We're gonna try to start early.
You.
Just
And-
going through the time change, immediately the sleep hits.
What?
No. Yeah, it's unfortunate. So we're gonna try to get through and maybe end a little earlier tonight. We'll see what happens. But reminder, set your clocks back because our country sucks. No one else does this crap, but we
Hit point
do.
counters.
Either way, if I'm still coming in, everything, all the audio's good, we can hear everybody, there's nothing wrong. I don't want to hear like 15 minutes in that something disastrous has happened. So tell me now, spring forward. That's not what I asked. But good observation. Is there anything wrong with the stream? I'm getting 0 drop frames. Maybe
We're
the
setting
internet
our
gods are
clocks.
going to bless us tonight.
Did you check your hair?
Your face is on it, so
My hair?
it's kind of rough.
My hair? What are you talking
You're looking especially
No,
dead
I'm not
today.
saying
Throwing it out there.
That's him.
You just said something's wrong with the stream. I just wanted to make sure that you know.
My hair messed up?
Anyway,
It's looking especially dead today.
that's what's
Yes.
known as a
Hey,
segue.
I mean, okay. Either way, we're gonna get started. Why don't we get started? What do you guys say? Why don't we get started? Oh, bad. Okay, quick recap. So we had one heck of a session yesterday, 2 weeks ago. One heck of a session. It included a variety of pretty intense moments. The party decides to follow Sebastian, a long-lost brother of 14 years long lost. 14 years long lost has been the last time Annabelle has seen her brother. A fateful encounter during a pretty intense moment in time has led them to follow him. Even though his mind doesn't necessarily seem to be all in the right place, they're going to follow him across this vast stretch of corrupted-looking, disgusting ocean water to his homeland. Why? They all have their different reasons. I think most of them feel that they have nowhere better to go. Being chased out of the Ashlands north into the Bitter Creep taught them one lesson, and that is they are simply not welcome anymore. And as their fame or notoriety or infamy grows, so too become the places that are made aware of the existence of not only the bound, but these particularly 5 bound. So without much of a direction or any safe harbor that's obvious, they're following the advice of Sebastian and allowing him to lead them back to the place in which he and Annabelle grew up, a town known as Slattown, located somewhere in this inlet, this dark water inlet as it's called. It's said to be built in the corpse of what once was Usthar, the archdemon lord that fell supposedly during the first encounter of Gate Rise with their battle against Iomade. And it's said that Slattown is built actually in the exposed ribcage jutting out of the water, creating a town that is multi-layered and quite interesting, sort of a really dark version of an Ewok village, I suppose.
I don't know. I was thinking more Guardians of the Galaxy.
Well, Nightbot.
Oh, like nowhere?
I banned Nightbot from my Twitch, but it's still in here, so I guess I'll quickly get rid of that because that's gonna get super annoying to see that in the chat every 10 seconds.
I mean, it's hard not to trust a guy with long hair and a guitar. That just seems.
Yeah. It says Wonderwall once, and you're just like,
I-
I'll
yeah,
follow you
I-
anywhere.
I think this is.
Wonderwall, hate that song.
Does Sebastian know that one?
Okay. Probably not. He knows.
He didn't say
mainly
no.
Dwarven.
He didn't say no.
Dwarven folk music, I guess.
He
So-
doesn't know real dwarven music, apparently.
Only dwarves make songs about walls.
Have you heard about
Anywho,
dwarf
the
step?
party. Can I finish my summary, people? I know we all have severe debilitating ADHD, but I'm the only one that's allowed to have that because it makes sense for my position. You guys don't have that opportunity.
I always let you awkwardly click the computer in silence next time.
I did like 10 seconds. It was 10
Yeah, 10
seconds.
seconds of
Too
silence
long.
is definitely not awkward. Let's try it.
Yeah.
I can't do it. It's awkward. I don't know if it's the thing that you just said about
Crayon.
ADHD. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, let's finish the summary here. Sebastian leads them across the water through Darkwater Inlet towards the town of Slattown. Prior to arriving there, they are pulled off course. These stable sort of arcane currents that are these sort of rushes of chaos energy that the halfling Farsight orders use to get from point A to point B have supposedly shifted and have led them off course, south, toward a particularly dangerous area of the world. Sebastian desperately tries to reorient them, but unfortunately gets caught in a trap, in which a creature, an unknown demonic creature, begins to attack their raft. And after a pretty brutal battle, which encapsulated almost a lot of badness, a lot of terrible things. Go watch it if you haven't. It's one heck of a session. Everyone was basically at the brink of death by the end of it because of how deadly the creature was. They managed to get Sebastian's cast off. He was using some form of device, a device that was obviously infused with chaos energy, which very negatively affected his person, to dominate this creature and use it to create basically a pole underwater that can pull their raft towards Slattown. But unfortunately, he collapsed before he could give them any more information due to his injuries. After a period of time, they see something in the water. Something starts to splash, and the creature that they have dominated through Sebastian's spell rockets in the other direction. And after a period of time, they see it, a Leviathan. And that's where our game picks back up.
He seems friendly. This is a bed.
Hunt prey.
Cut the ropes right now!
Witton is nowhere near the ropes, so
I got the ropes.
boom.
I throw my axe at it.
Let's do this.
Just
There's
to
3,
reiterate,
right?
it is running away from the Leviathan, and the Leviathan is chasing us.
So the last thing you guys saw before we ended is the Leviathan has risen some part of its body. You can see it. It's this massive creature has risen out of the water.
Yeah. And
Are those tentacles?
she's the only one that knows anything about this that is conscious right now, so
Yes.
she's saying cut the ropes.
Cut the ropes right now! Take my freaking new axe with its new beautiful abilities. You see it shine with golden light, and I jump. I do a 360 backflip, no scope, and gosh!
You slice the ropes in twain.
Yes,
Okay.
but I more so just twirled. Like, it was a really small twirl. I really didn't.
Yeah, in the midst of all of that, Fredrick was the one to actually cut the ropes. It just looks like it looks like Torin is the one.
Don't worry. I've got this. Just throw it.
What took you so long?
We should throw that thing away.
Third weapon.
Terrible. So you slice the ropes. It's very easy to do so. Even though they're steel lined, these sort of reinforced. Your axe sort of glows slightly as you separate them. It's like a lightsaber sort of feeling where it kind of goes through like butter very fast, and the ropes are cut. The raft suddenly stops moving. With the force, the friction of the water, you are thrown forward a bit. Anyone near the edge, closest to the edge, you are definitely.
I just cut the ropes.
You two, I think we're closer.
Yeah, they were
All right,
paddling.
both roll a reflex check, please.
Do it.
Ah, gotta love that.
Oy.
Good start.
Oh yeah.
It's Oy.
Hiya!
I wasn't going.
Your
for
line's
you.
right.
Get it right next time. This is we're live right now.
Sorry, I don't have the script in front of me. Can you remind me?
Yeah, here you go.
Hey, thanks.
You were supposed to be off book.
We're all supposed to be off book by the
Come on.
13th session.
I'm gonna let you know, Morgan. If you ever get a piece of information, whether it be contextual to real life or the game wrong again, I'll tell you right now, it won't be that skull you're drinking out of. It'll be
My own?
your own skull. Haven't I made that joke before?
I think yeah.
What the heck? I'm getting such bad Dave
Only
job
so
right
many
now.
I'm caught up on how that would work. 'Cause-
Okay. Anyway, so
Anyway.
what are those reflex checks?
I fall into the water.
Oh no!
Sweet 11.
25.
Okay. So you unfortunately do not make the reflex check, and you
Could I have?
So are you asking if you can try to stop his fall?
Grab
Yes.
ledge, interact.
I'll give you a chance to rip him out of the water before he flails around and goes somewhere else.
Sure.
But yeah, you can try to get him out, but he's in. I think you would have to spend that action to stop yourself from falling. And yeah.
All right.
So, yeah, it would be in athletics to get him out.
Get him! He's got lots of
23.
armor on.
23. So you're able to quite easily lift him out of the water and put him back on the raft. Of course, you're now sopping, soaking wet again. You've probably just gotten dry from the last encounter. No longer. You're now wet. It is raining right now. I should mention.
I would like
hey,
to.
Ganesh, could you? Well, actually,
Thank you, Fredrick. I thought those tentacles were gonna grab
I
me.
wanted to wait till the last second to turn those candles on.
Which
No, that's not it. It's the black.
You guys saw how my new axe went through that like
I
butter.
have it.
We all saw it.
He's
That
pointing
was-
lasers at us.
Those ropes were supposed to be a bit more difficult, so that's surprising.
Well,
I'd like to go ahead and immediately start paddling
Can we
so we're
start-
not in the path of this
Yeah.
creature.
So you're gonna try to start paddling.
Oh, yes.
Just, perpendicular.
Yeah.
Not parallel, but perpendicular to the
Okay.
path.
So as you
Perpendicular
guys
at
start
an
to,
angle.
to paddle, you should be on the top.
yeah.
Ah.
I don't think that's it. So yeah, turn them all on. Just press candle after you turn them all on. So as you begin to dip whatever your great sword, I'm assuming is what you're going to be trying to use to paddle.
Absolutely.
In this case.
This is good for you.
Are you pressing the
content.
on button?
No.
What were you doing? It's
No,
not
he said
on.
turn it on, then press candle.
Yeah.
Lumos.
There's still.
There's still the one on the top left.
I simply didn't do this because the batteries
Hey.
just
Seems
run
like
out
that's
so
what he was
fast.
doing.
So yeah, there's some at the bottom as well. To the left, your left. There you go. Now candle
Nice.
goes. Yeah, can we get a round of applause? Good job. That was expertly done. I must admit, I couldn't have done it better myself.
Hero
point.
Hero point.
Here, point.
Hero point? Oh yeah,
I mean, we all
100%.
start with one.
You know how much I love the mechanic of re-rolling a die. So interesting. Anyway, so you begin to dip your greatsword in and you're trying to
Yep.
paddle in the opposing
100%.
direction. Is anyone else doing anything at this moment?
I'm probably trying to. How is Sebastian? How does he look? Like, is he?
So there's been no change since the last session.
Okay.
He is in Annabelle's lap. His head is in her lap, as I remember it being described.
Mhm.
And his state, he's got blood trickling down his nose, ears, and eyes. And it is still relatively the same state as you saw last.
Okay.
But you stabilized him. You
yeah.
recovered that.
Yeah.
You stabilized him. But yeah.
Do we
I-
still? Sorry. Do we still see the Leviathan?
He's still coming
So
for us.
you're ready to.
Well,
I'm like trying to get navigating, like judging the Leviathan's speed and everything, and trying to point everybody in the paddling the right direction. I'm like navigating, sensing direction, maybe.
Okay. Is anyone else doing anything else?
I just want to look around.
Okay.
Try to.
So you got okay.
The
It's still behind it.
gem that was in the instrument that Sebastian was using, is that still on deck?
So it's on the floor of the deck. I described it being like unhinged at the end of the session.
Okay,
And
so
it
it's not
fell.
on the instrument, but it is still on the
It
raft.
is on the raft though.
Annabelle, what do we need to do?
We might need to throw that overboard, but I don't know yet.
How quickly will you know?
I need to see if he's following us still.
Sebastian, buddy. Sebastian.
So you're trying to wake up Sebastian.
We could really use some help right now. I'm like patting his face a little
No,
too
no, no,
strongly.
no, no.
So go ahead and roll. Okay.
Attack roll, unarmed attack.
Sorry, that's what I do naturally.
Oh yeah.
Wake people up.
Yeah.
You can do non-lethal damage.
I don't like when people sleep around
Actually,
me.
So
hands are
to
non-lethal
wake
weapons.
him up, it would need to be some form of medicine check.
I can do a lay on hands.
Oh, trying to to recess. Okay.
Clear.
You can give it a shot if you'd like. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you no.
Sure. There's a thing of lay on hands on him to heal him up, son.
Okay.
There you go.
I'll just touch him.
How much?
12 points.
While you're doing that, in the distance, you see the splashing. Well, I guess kind of flashing. He's also kind of lined with this purple chaotic energy corruption. You see
So
the
he's super
splashing
cool.
of the creature you had bound to your raft vanish about 60, 70 yards out. Not feet, yards.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
So in a distance away, you see
Yeah.
it like just the ripples ripple out. Pretty soon the ripples have reached your raft, and that's that. The Leviathan that you saw is not around. You saw the hump of it as it approached, but it's gone back down, and it's no longer visible.
And we can see Slattown from here?
No,
Oh.
not yet. There's a pretty. It's not like a dense fog at this
Fog,
point.
that's right.
It is a lot less foggy than it was during the encounter. Yeah.
And we're out of a current right now.
Yeah, you're not in a current. It's just you're present floating in this particular body of water.
He needs to rest more. Annabelle should know what to do next, right? This is close.
But is anyone able to see, like, really, really deep into the water to see where that thing went?
I pop on my goggles.
Okay.
Nice.
Alrighty!
I stick my head in the water.
Close enough.
Just my eyes.
Okay.
Just the goggles.
So you're gonna have to make a pretty sick perception.
Okay.
You're gonna have to make
Just
a
roll a
pretty
nat
good
20.
one.
And then I
Just
take a
roll
deep
it.
breath.
Just crit.
Yeah, this is where he goes. This is where he lies. He's been lying about his rolls this whole game.
Every
He's
roll.
like
They're also
crazy chronic
scripted.
liar.
Perception 16.
Oh my gosh!
Now, because I called him out.
See, now that I said that it was low,
Right,
it'll
that's
feel
how you
like
get
I'm
away
not
with it?
lying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Balances
yeah.
all out.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh!
yeah.
Guys, what's that over there? And I smack the shit out of Sebastian one time to try to wake him up.
Okay. We'll do this in sequence. Okay. So you stick your head underwater. Man,
Works with clams.
this looks like mud. It looks like you stuck your head in mud. Is what it looks like to
I
you.
pull my face out. It just like all pours down my face. And I go, what's it?
And Torin's still just covered in sewage as well.
So as you're slapping Sebastian, trying to get him to awaken,
Yeah.
I don't know why that's not
That's
bubbles.
a weird sound.
Yeah, do that. More.
More bubbles.
More bubbles. Giant bubbles.
Probably more accurate.
Bubbles
Yeah.
begin to surface about 10 feet out from your raft in a very large diameter circle. It's a massive circle. It's just a bubble.
I swear I did
Witton,
not
throw
see
the
that.
gem.
Wake!
I'm throwing the gem off the raft.
You're throwing the gem off the raft?
Get rid of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a good idea. Oh.
Well, if you're welcome to try to stop them if you'd like.
I'll try to reach it.
Okay. So you're going to try to, well, I mean, if you want to try to stop Witton, you would have to forego slapping Sebastian. I guess.
Oh, that's a tough
As I'm
choice.
about to slap Sebastian, you see Torin get up quicker than lightning and smack you across the face instead. You don't know what that is! That might
She
be
does!
What do you know about it?
I don't know, just that it was channeling
There's
chaos.
bubbles!
Yeah, the bubbles are coming after the chaos.
Wait, maybe we should hold it and see. Just wait.
And our raft will be broken then.
We're already broken! On the inside!
I'm throwing it while they're arguing.
No, you're not!
Well, so here's how this works. There's contested opinions in the party. You can't just do what you want
Yeah.
and say,
I
eat
know.
shit, Torin, get out of my face. So in this case, there's
a
going
roll.
to be a roll off. We've got in the left corner, Witton standing a nice 6 foot, 100 pounds against Torin standing 5'4", 365 on a good day. Let's see what we got here.
What am I
Both roll an athletics check.
It's a nat 20.
What's the
I do
total?
not have a nat 20 for a
Total
What's the
of 20.
total?
22.
But, well, mine is a 20 for a 20 total. But it is a nat
Wow,
20.
but
It
But
is
a nat
it's
20.
a roll off.
Its success is 1 degree higher, though, so it's still a crit success.
Well, if he was attacking an enemy, but this is a friend. So
I'm not
So I
attacking
say it's a roll.
anything.
I say it's a roll again, because then it's a tie, right?
Oh.
I've never-
Because like
Because
he
we've
would have
never
failed,
had
but
a
now
test
it's
So
to
he
roll
failed,
yet.
But now he
Well,
succeeded.
And
also
contention
succeeded?
is what I do. I don't know what the book says. Probably figure it out in roleplay. in the
Let's just
Condo
roll
consensus.
again.
Roll again!
But I like contested
I like
rolls
contested
because they're
rolls, too.
fun.
3, 2, okay,
26.
17.
Oh man, I feel bad now.
The only way I could roll that I could win was with the nat 20.
With a nat
So
20. Well, I mean, I think that makes sense from the character perspective.
Yeah, I know.
That you are literally a scrawny little elf.
I know. I
He's
add 0.
He's an elf. He's an elf.
Hey, wait, no! What?
So you successfully do, I guess, prevent it. But that's the rule then.
Yeah, no,
Um,
no,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
fine. Yeah.
That's it. It's just flat rolls, no crits or anything. So you win the roll off, and you're able to prevent him from throwing the crystal into the water.
Just give it a second.
Fiends
And-
don't come near Slattown.
Well, you remember the first thing that he said was everybody to be quiet, so maybe this bubbling will just go away if we all calm down.
Yeah, think happy thoughts.
I don't care what you do as long as it's quiet.
See, it gets a little bit warmer in the water around Torin.
You're not in the water anymore.
We're covered in water.
God. Okay.
Anyway.
So after a few moments,
What's that smell?
the raft starts to move backwards from the location of the bubbling water, and from it emerges a giant head. It looks very disconcerting. It has almost humanoid features, but on the neck of what might look like a snake or a slug. As its head rises up, you see this sort of ornate pattern on its face of plating. 2 eyes, there is some sort of slit-like nose, and a large gaping mouth that seems to reach from the front of the face around the sides and unhinges about in the middle point of its skull in this sort of like snake-like appendage, and it raises out sort of like a hydra's head. In its mouth is the fiend that was dominated. Wriggling around, you can hear it now as it breaches the water surface. It's screaming in pain, a piercing scream, almost like a dog whistle. It is seriously invasive, and it causes all of you to instinctively just by you're just instantly covering your
I
ears.
said be quiet.
What's up, Lord Banshee? Welcome back.
What's up?
Its head, which was sticking out amongst a couple of tentacles and some of its body, comes flying off as the fiend is destroyed. Landing in the water, it again rocks your raft. Not enough to make you do any sort of checks, but it does rock your raft. Without its eyes moving from your position, the Leviathan creature swallows the remaining material of the demon and stares at you.
He's not with us.
Way to imitate a Leviathan.
I raised my hands above my head, and for podcast listeners, it really doesn't make any sense.
Hey,
Anyway.
Fredrick, maybe this time don't do the things that you normally do.
I lower my greatsword.
Annabelle, what do we do?
I don't know.
You know what this is?
Do you know this guy?
A legend. It protects Slattown. It's not.
Oh, well then we're fine.
We're with her
We're with Slat.
and this guy. And I hold up
Okay,
Sebastian's
this is not
limp
how
body.
Bruh. I wouldn't recommend, but
No.
you're welcome to try.
Wouldn't recommend
I've already-
jostling a very unconscious
You may
and
try.
hurt
Don't
body.
move the spine.
Put him back down gently.
Thank you.
As you guys are trying to state your cases in a very effective role-playing manner, I will say, as confronted with a thing that looks like a snake creature coming out of the
That
water.
is like, what, the size of a house?
Larger than?
It's like a skyscraper.
Yeah.
Oh,
in the
I was just
water.
thinking about like the head itself.
Oh, the head itself is probably the size of actually this place.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's
A big
it's
house.
massive.
Studio.
Studio. It's massive.
Green screen.
Its
Basement.
mouth
Dungeon.
opens, and it begins to lower its head down to you.
Give it the gem. Give it the gem.
I don't have it anymore because
Yeah, I guess you have the gym now.
I go over to start trying to like hug Claire. What are you talking about? If we're gonna die,
We're not going to die if you give it the gem.
Listen to what she's saying. Give
I
it the
hold
gem.
the gem in the air,
I present Torin.
I want to
like
position
at the front of the
myself
raft,
in
like-
front and like over Sebastian.
Hamilton style.
Sure.
Does he look at it?
So, as his head continues to lower, it gets only 10 feet away from the raft, hovering over like some sort of crashing Majora's Mask moon, hovering over it at you guys. Within a few seconds, it starts to inhale through its mouth. You start to feel a sharp warmth coming from Sebastian.
We're already wet.
Do I see anything on him?
So you're gonna look at him.
Yeah.
You can see what actually seems to be remainder chaos energy starting to flare up around his neck, but more specifically in the center of his chest, right here. It's glowing through his clothing.
Do we see that?
I mean, if you're,
I wouldn't be looking at him. I would be probably
yeah, it's up to you. Can I look at
No,
something?
I think Witton would probably be looking at Annabelle to try and see like what we need to do. So if I'm looking at Annabelle, would he then see the glow? I guess.
Oh yeah, it's pretty bright. Yeah.
Pull Sebastian's shirt down and like see if I can see anything on his chest.
So as you want to do that, like
Yeah.
you ask, well, of course you can.
Yeah.
Usually when someone says "Can I?" it's
I'm doing this.
Yeah. So as you start to pull it down, as your hand gets closer to the center of his chest, it actually becomes like touching a wood fire stove.
Oof.
It burns, so you're unable to. But
Yep,
the clothes
yeah.
aren't smoldering or heating. Very strange.
I don't know, but I feel like this might be good. It might be taking the chaos from him. Or
Do we need to cut his clothes off? I can do that.
I don't know. I just
Well,
his chest is really hot. I can't touch it.
He never did talk about his sexuality with us.
I asked him so many times.
Yeah. Witton is gonna go down and just start using the star knife to just, at the very least, cut down his clothes just to where his chest is exposed.
So there are buttons.
You don't need to cut it.
Yeah.
It's just hot.
You said that she couldn't, so I was like,
she was like, I imagine she was pulling it
Okay.
down.
Pulling
so
it
I
down.
imagine,
okay.
So
if there are buttons, then yes, I'll just
try to like
yeah.
do one of these.
That's
Okay.
a big mouse.
So as you do that,
You should flip your hair back as you do it.
So as you do that and expose the center of his chest, you can see quite plainly this ball of energy, this effervescent ball of energy, spiking outwards into the rest of his body through these tendrils, and sort of breaching into his body, begin to recede. These tendrils begin to recede into this ball of energy, and like a funnel, like a spire of kind of like this miniature vortex of energy goes through the air into the Leviathan's mouth. And after about 5 seconds, Sebastian coughs
I'm like
and wakes up.
clutching him.
GM.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm just holding him so tightly.
To be fair, it was just merely medical, trying to make sure.
Hey, you don't have to worry about that with
I'm
me.
glad you specified.
That's not my baseline.
All right, that's for these guys
Oh.
and them.
Torin's
Chad asks, "Is Witton flirting with an unconscious dying man?"
Just what
Yes.
Tune in next week. to find
Bites
out
his lower
more.
lip as he opens the shirt.
Anyway, no.
Oh my goodness.
So as that sort of energy does exude, do you just want an answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Torin and I are still trying to line up the gem with the mouth. No, I don't think the vortex reached the right spot. Go stand over there.
Sorry.
It's gonna take another breath.
Hold me up.
I'm holding. I don't. No, this.
don't
I do a
know.
handstand.
I don't think that's what it was going for anymore.
Whoa.
You're fine.
Hello.
In game.
As you're saying that, Torin's about
walk
to
forward.
chuck the truth.
Okay. So, okay. So as
The energy is sucked up.
it's being sucked up,
Whoa.
Fredrick walks forward and
I
stands.
drop my greatsword,
Not that
and I
insane.
immediately start grabbing my buckles on my armor,
Wait,
trying to get it off.
Mhm. So it's okay. So
Interesting.
it hesitates for a second. It stops the suck.
The
And it
Tootsies.
stares at you and speaks
Whoa.
in a tongue that none of you recognize.
Damn it.
And I did check. to
Damn
make
it.
sure.
I know Gnomish.
It is this very, like, a mix between what feels like a deep booming voice, but also a very falsetto, light whisper.
Like a whale
Oh,
sound.
so like Torin.
So it's some gibberish like, you know, like kind of going in between those registers, like a
Whispering
mix
in a deep
between
voice.
like the world serpent from God of War and like something from Harry Potter. Like it's like
it's
goes in
whispering
between.
in a deep voice.
Yeah, it kind of goes up in between. None of you recognize it.
It definitely does not speak whale.
All right, Dory.
Sebastian responds in the tongue
Of the whales.
of the whales. The Leviathan responds. And for a final time, Sebastian responds. Yes, he's now conscious. He has been.
Yeah.
He's conscious. The Leviathan looks at you, closes its eyes, and Sebastian says, in a very weak voice, a lot less powerful than the one he was just pulling out, which sounded very similar to the Leviathan's. Does anyone have a file?
A file?
Vial.
A file? What?
Vial.
What's he saying?
File and vial both are applicable. PHI file
No,
or vial.
I think. Oh.
Yeah, I know he's saying like file,
Yeah.
but
do
they're
have
technically
No,
phonetically both
Tor,
applicable here.
not now. Different thing.
I don't have any vials.
I have a bottle,
I have my water skin.
but it's got something special in there.
He points to his coat,
Sure.
and he like
Do-
gestures into one of the pockets.
I'll reach for it.
Okay. As you stick your hand in,
Ha!
there is a large space
Ugh.
inside. And he says, "Stab."
Uh,
There it is. A file. From the Leviathan,
Manila or
a tier. One tier. Massive. About the size of
Catch it.
Fredrick.
Fredrick.
God damn, that's a big ass deal.
It starts to roll down his face, and it bubbles at its chin right here, right below you guys, right above. Excuse me,
Above,
right,
yeah.
right below him, right above you guys.
Catching the.
So you
sugar in
can
the
probably,
bottle.
like kind of like.
Yeah.
So by doing so, the liquid pools into the vial, and the Leviathan recedes. From the distance, a tentacle, massive, probably almost a mountain worth of size there, a mountain's length tall, raises in a distance about again, that's 70 yards
Yeah.
out, and slams down,
Hold on.
Holding.
creating a
Hold my action.
substantial wave, which then begins to rush towards you all. Sebastian says, "Hold on," and he grabs the raft, and it also grabs Annabelle by the scruff.
Holding him and the raft as well.
I grabbed Torin.
Torin
And
dives down onto the front of it, holding onto the front.
Boogie boarding it.
so you managed to cap it. You tried to cap it in time. So
Yeah.
it came with a little stopper.
Yeah.
Okay. And you
No
okay.
cap?
And whoosh, the wave approaches and slams into the raft, launching you forward at an insane speed, at a very intense speed.
So he pretty much just made a tsunami.
Yeah, essentially. Well,
Not quite tsunami.
not
but-
quite.
This is the
but
Pokemon movie.
It
We're
is
Pikachu.
which one? The first one? Is that the one where they're like trying to travel
the
over
first
to where
one where they
Mewtwo
do the
is or something?
surfing thing at the end.
I don't remember. It's
I don't know,
been-
man. It's been years since I watched it. I need to watch
It's
it
a
again.
formative memory for me.
Really?
Pikachu surfing.
The first one and the third one were for me. The Entei one, which was very melodramatic.
Heroes one was mine.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Anyway, the wave pushes you all out and forces you to grip tightly. The speeds at which you're going are upwards of like 200 miles an hour. Like that's
Yeah.
how fast. There's something metaphysical with this, something
Yeah.
magical involved as you are pushed into a direction. It's almost akin, energy-wise, and speed, and sort of the feeling you felt while sitting in these wakes of chaos. Feels very similar to that. You guys get thrusted forward.
I close my eyes.
My eyes are glued shut.
I mean, just how hard the water would be hitting you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know if you
Each-
can hear each other. I'm gonna be
Each
honest.
little
Yeah.
tiny droplet of water would be ooh.
Mhm.
You ever been on a motorcycle?
That'd be a nightmare.
Those
And
roads?
that poor raft, which was already damaged,
Alright.
Oh, yeah,
is at its limit.
Look at
If
it.
there's any,
Whatever
if there's any
magic.
loose ropes, Fredrick will try and like hold them together as they're going along.
Just grab them.
Yeah,
just, like, hit the ground.
Man, if the casting time wasn't 10 minutes, I would cast Mending.
We'll get there.
Pathfinder knew it was too overpowered.
They knew.
Healing a 1 foot by 1 foot square.
Yeah.
Well, if it was just like an
Slowly as
action,
you go.
and then it's like, oh,
I
this
know.
cool spell destroyed my sword because I was an idiot and attacked a lich.
At least make it
Fix,
1 minute
fix,
instead of
fix,
10.
fix,
Like,
fix.
damn.
I think it's supposed to prevent you from doing it in combat at all. Is sort of the
Well, I mean,
idea.
in combat, you're not going to take a
You're not gonna do a
minute.
minute spell in combat.
I mean, sometimes you could, but you know.
That's
Eh.
10 rounds.
I mean, also like if you're like in a serious situation where you're like under pressure in any regard.
Yeah, so where does the wave lead us?
Yeah, I
So,
assume-
as it's pushed out, you guys are holding on for dear life. There's no way you can communicate. There's no real structured conversation that can happen. All you can really do is grip tightly. After around 35 minutes, you begin to slow down. Slower, slower, and slower. Until you stop. Who looks up first? Because I'm imagining
No.
none of you, because the wind shear, none of you could be looking up right now.
Witten, I think, had his head just
Did you have
kind
time
of
to
to
put?
the
I guess
side.
you did have your
I have
goggles.
a
Yeah.
guard, so I just like slowly look up
Yeah.
and like wrench open like one finger, just like so stiff, like all the muscles have been clenched for so long.
Screw it. All of you roll a perception check.
Where did my here it is.
I knew there was a reason I used that roller. Perception. You first. Oh, never mind.
And I just like flop to a side.
I'm like this.
What'd you get?
25.
Okay.
Jeez.
I didn't realize it was
Okay, jeez.
18.
14.
26.
Okay.
Jeez.
Did you know that going that fast in the water is really cold?
Yeah. That first 30 seconds was
What's
so
cold?
warm though.
You think
Sorry.
this is cold? This isn't cold.
It's okay.
You all look up to see before you. Well, actually, I should preface this first. Before you see anything, you hear children crying, men and women talking, water splashing about, somebody swimming. And as you look up, you see it. A traffic jam. Hundreds upon hundreds of rafts that look just like yours, blocked up. And if you follow that line, it leads to the largest central rib that constitutes the corpse of Ustar. All of them trying to get in. And you're in the back of the line. Slattown is
These aren't boats, they're rafts.
the rafts, like the rafts that were scrapped together, yeah.
Like ours.
Oh god.
And they're all trying to get.
Oh
Yes.
god.
All leading like a funnel toward this central rib. Slattown is as ridiculous as the descriptions have led you to believe it is. It is quite literally a rib cage, the size, in some cases, of an entire kingdom. That's how large it is, going up into the sky. Blocked off at the lower end by these massive, almost bone-like structures, all leading to this massive central rib going up into the fog, in which there is a carved out, almost like in the redwood forest. You've ever seen the cutouts? There is a gate of some kind. You can barely see it. You guys are about a mile out from this. That's how far back the people go. As you take a look at the people themselves, you notice that they're all families. There are trunks and crates and bags and tarps Some have sick people, dying people, damaged or hurt people on them. It's just this mass cacophony of noise of people speaking. No one has turned around to look at you. Whatever pushed you there had dissipated long before they could hear it or see it. Almost perfectly timed to get you right, exactly, precisely where you needed to be. All you see are these folks, these people. Going up and down this funnel are actual boats, real boats, made of the same kind of bony texture material you saw at the wreck site. Heavily armored individuals, seemingly mostly halflings, patrol up and down with crossbows, swords, these tufts on their helmets, very visible even from a distance, shine a bright orange, flowing in the light breeze that's going on. It's early morning. To get any more detail about Slattown or these people, you would have to get closer.
Fredrick, I'd imagine you need to put your armor back on.
Oh yeah, you're naked.
Well, just the chest. Just the chest.
Yeah.
Bash,
Sebastian, button your shirt.
What was it saying? Well, wait.
So you're asking what the okay. So Sebastian is still severely injured, but he's conscious. He sits up and he leans back and he says, "Come here, please."
I'm surprised he was able to hang on.
This is going to be some bullshit. I come here. I do what he asked.
Could you? And he points to his side. And you see for the first time there's actually a pretty large splinter embedded in his lower rib cage.
Yep, we'll just pull that out and crush her on her.
You never had gentle hands.
No, that's not my thing.
So you compress it. He's like, oh, no, it feels worse than it is. What did you say?
What was the Leviathan saying?
Well, it was asking me why I was in the company of such morons.
Why did it give us a tear?
He asked for it.
Why do you speak its language?
What language is it?
One question at a time.
And he gets. So okay, I'll allow this to happen first. Which of you asked that question, Annabelle or Witton?
I did say it first.
Yeah, you asked first.
Oh, I forgot. Your kind doesn't have a language. You don't know how it. God, forget it. I can't come up with any quips right now. That's all he says.
So what do we do with the tear? How do we use it?
Give it to him. He asked for it. Give it to him.
I take it.
Okay.
Do you know what to do with it?
No.
Don't look at me. I have no clue. You can't speak with.
I didn't understand what it was saying.
Oh, you disappoint me, little sister. You
Why?
Really do. I thought
I
in
didn't-
all your time in the waste you'd learn one thing or two about.
I've learned plenty, I just haven't learned that.
Well, maybe you should next time.
I would like to. Do you want to teach me when we're home, once we get in?
Trust me, if I could, I would. But it's. And he sort of trails off.
What's the color of the water here?
So it's the same sort of high turbidity level of water. It looks quite gross. Though the feeling of chaos does dissipate around here for some reason.
If I help you with that wound on your side, will you give me a straight answer?
Well, answers can't be straight because they're not real. They're voices. Vapid, changing. They're always going to bend
That's
and
no,
have
you
different
can-
meanings. So I could
This
give
gives
you
you lots
an
of
answer,
bullshit.
sure. Just heal me!
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a please.
He's the guy. Trust us.
He smiles at you And he does a gesture with his hand that you don't recognize, but you do. And
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, peace sign.
It means please. Just heal him.
Torin remembers that hand sign.
Oh no.
Please. Just kind of tucks in his back. Oh, please, thank you.
Oh no!
You're a real piece of work, you know that? And he takes out the medicine kit and he's going to begin to treat wounds on him. I'll do the...
Why does it feel like I'm urinating in my pants?
I'm doing the
Sorry.
higher DC.
What?
You're peeing in his pants.
The DC 15. I
Okay.
rolled
Not
a...
again.
What do I add to that? 11? Yeah.
What do I add to that?
He heals 2d8.
Okay.
Or, I forget. Yeah, 2d8 plus 10.
Great.
So it's
Nice.
19 points of healing to him.
Okay. I'm good. Oh, that's better. Ay. And he like smacks his chest and sort of stands up. He's like, I think I'm going to see another healer, a real healer when we get inside.
Hey,
No offense, great work and all, but
the guy's a real healer.
A real guy.
A real guy.
I think what I need is more than normal magic.
I didn't use any
ironic
magic.
to say. What?
I didn't use any magic, to be fair.
Oh, what did you use?
It was just treat wounds.
Oh, just treat
That's
wounds.
it.
I thought you had done some.
No.
Some.
No, I'm not wasting spells on that.
Then the inverse. He would say the inverse. He
Yeah.
would say, "I need some real magic when I get inside."
All right, I
Which
healed
is
you.
interesting to say because magic is not
Magic doesn't.
Mhm.
common.
I healed you.
Yeah.
Where'd you
Good,
get
good
that?
observation. This guy is on it.
The
Sure as a
language.
Why?
die.
Why are
What?
there
The
so...
language. The
Language.
Language of the Leviathan. How
Oh.
do you know it?
It's a skill you need to know if you travel the ways for too long. Otherwise, you'll never get home.
I moved Wrath 3 feet.
Okay, so you're starting to. Well, you're in a line.
No.
Oh yeah, the line's moved 3 feet.
It hasn't actually.
Oh,
It's,
shit.
it's an important distinction actually that the
That
line
it
is not
hasn't.
moved.
Okay.
I don't.
And
How'd you learn it then? Saying you learned it doesn't exactly tell us anything about it.
oh, it doesn't, does it? Well, if I thought you could understand, I would tell you. But because we only have so much time here, how about this? I make a deal. How about we trade information, eh? How about I give you something and you give me something in return? It's sort of like, you know how she, grab, that's... I do that, but in here. And he just keeps like...
I have so many facts to share.
He doesn't even pay attention. I give you, you give me. That's what we will do. So, you've asked me all sorts of questions. How about instead I get to ask the question first? What do you say to that, friend?
Just so you guys are aware, there's a lot of people looking at us right now.
Nobody's looking at you.
Torin,
Torn's social
who are these
anxiety
people?
is going off the rail. Being around other people.
I can tell they're ignoring us. I deserve to be looked at.
Witton will get
Record
quite a bit
motorcycle.
closer. What would you like to know?
I take a step away.
Not 20.
Okay. Lucky you. Okay. So you take a step closer and you say what?
What do you need to know?
He looks to the right and left.
Hey.
How often do you bathe?
It's been quite a few days since we've been in the wastes, actually.
Huh. Me too.
Was that all you wanted to know?
Yeah, that's about it.
So then I've got a real question. One that's not about the language this time. That magic that you used to get that fiend to go away and, well, rather help us.
When you mention that, his eyes go wide. Where is it?
The Leviathan killed it.
No, not the stupid fiend, where is it? And he grabs you.
Bash, what is it?
I don't have it.
I want to put myself in between them. If that means
has
ducking
it?
under his arms.
Which one of you has my gem?
What is it?
Oh!
He snaps at your face, like directly into your face with his finger up, without even looking at you.
I bite his finger.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Not trying to do damage, but I'm just like, ah!
Okay. Oh, okay. You know what?
What few logs we have, Fredrick will be trying to like reinforce the ropes to bring the raft together because it got fucked up.
Yeah.
really.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're out of here.
Fredrick is not
He
paying
is not
attention.
here. I am a human
So-
fighter. I don't know.
Torin spoke up.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I said, oh.
So, I mean, he's threateningly shaking Witton, yelling for his gem.
Torin kind of like semi-squints and narrows his eyes for a second. Looking for something, huh?
What's he looking for? I'm sitting on it.
I
don't know. He's not explaining it very clearly. I
You're
think if he
sitting
told
on it?
us,
Sure.
How did you get it?
we like
we
to
like
hang
got
out.
it. Yeah.
We
They
were
both
literally on
had
top
it,
of
but-
each other.
Okay.
I have not moved.
So, oh no. Okay. Are you sure?
Are you sure
Yeah.
about that?
You're not gonna try to take my bow again, are you? I won last time.
Is it going in your keister pocket?
So you sit on it to sort of try to conceal it.
I wasn't trying to hide it. I was just sitting on it while I was listening.
Well, regardless of the circumstances, I want you to make a will saving throw, please.
Shit.
No. Oh no.
Definitely didn't like that.
Yes, they are. You
Thrown it
sure?
overboard just cause.
24.
Okay. So you manage to stand up instinctively before anything actually happens, and it does reveal the gem.
I know where it is.
And Sebastian sees it, walks over, and grabs it unless you attempt to stop him.
Sorry if it's a little warm.
So no. And into his pocket, it goes. He dusts himself off. His demeanor instantly flips. He smiles, and he gestures to Slattown and says, "Welcome."
We were gonna throw it off the raft.
Yeah, we almost did that.
Throw what?
That thing.
Yourself?
that we grabbed.
Him?
No,
No.
Torin did fall off the raft, actually.
I did fall.
Oh, that
gem.
does not shock me at all. What gem?
She kept saying that we
The
needed
one
to sacrifice
that you
it to
just
the
put in
Leviathan.
one pocket.
I just said, interesting.
Witton gets very close to him again.
You're very
We had a deal.
Deal. Ooh, this is a big man. He comes and says he has a deal. Ooh, I don't remember the deal.
Tell him how you almost threw this gem overboard.
You asked me a question, and I could ask you one, and you'd answer.
Sorry, your questions are so bad. I always think they're just blanket idiotic statements from a mammal, not a real person, someone with a frontal lobe. Do you know anything about the brain? Never mind. What's your question? I'm joking. And he grabs your.
How did you get the magic that you used to get the fiend to take us here?
Oh, now that's rich coming from you.
I
Very
told you
rich.
how I got my magic.
Oh, you did you? Oh, I had a little run-in with a fairy. No, that. Do you think I don't know when someone is trying to deceive me? And deception is holding information. Don't try to deny it. Quite frankly, you're not that interesting. I don't want to know. I found this gem in my travels. There are a great many things out there anyway. You, of all people, should know that.
You said that deception is keeping information from people. He thinks for a second. That means you're being deceptive. What?
You know, I could get him arrested.
Really?
It'd be kind of funny.
Don't do that.
From the crowd.
He remembers the gesture still. Looks at the other ships.
From the crowd. The goblin feels a presence. Do you look toward it?
I do.
Uh-oh.
A Leviathan shoots from the water.
No, it's more fun than that.
From the crowd, in an appearance that looks nothing like his normal form, is a 7-foot-tall human man with piercing eyes and a wide smile. He's staring directly at you. Again, imagine multiple rafts.
Yeah.
There's this perfect parting, a split of people in all these rafts, and you can see about 25, 30 feet away.
Because no one else is watching us, just him.
Standing right there, staring. He opens his robes, which are a more faint gray purple compared to his normal attire. They're a little bit more subtle. He reaches in with his hands, and out comes a slip of paper. He holds it by the top and lets it unfurl. What you see is a wanted poster. And on it is all of you. And he says, I know them. The people surrounding them look toward him, almost by magic. Silence. They look toward him, and he, without breaking eye contact with you, shows people the wanted poster. And that's when all hell breaks loose.
Oh, yeah.
So you guys don't want to tie off together?
I think I know that.
Upon looking at the volume of the bounty for your heads,
Great.
How are you
It is-
get a bounty in this world?
it is essentially salvation, is what it says. You're able to read it. Even it's almost like he made, like, telepathically. You know, it reads that anyone that turns in these 5 individuals will receive a lifetime hereditary guarantee of survival in the town of Slattown at the upper echelon,
Oh, fuck.
complete with housing, food, and schooling for children. For life, perpetually,
Wow.
generationally.
Maybe we should turn ourselves in.
I was about to say, we're friends, but how good friends are we?
You were on that poster too, Claire.
Yeah.
Oh, shit! I didn't see that!
And it's in startling detail, I might add. The poster is very, very, very detailed. I played around with making it physically, and then I realized, no, I couldn't. Maybe someone can make it for me, and we can go from there. But that's when all hell breaks loose. In a rush, everybody jumps into the water.
Now
They're
it's done.
swimming towards your raft.
All right, let's paddle away.
Oh shit.
2 boats, which previously had been very far away, quickly, very fast, 30 miles an hour fast, like get up to speed and cut off your exit in a manner of 30 seconds. That's all the time you have between his announcement and these boats cutting you off.
Do they have motors?
The far side?
Yeah,
All
the
these
far side
halflings-
boats.
Yeah.
Cuts you
We
off.
should probably get one of those boats.
Sebastian says, "What is going on?" And all of you drop unconscious.
Oh, good.
Lovely.
Yeah.
And that's the end of our session. Thank you guys so
All
much.
right. Good night. Yeah. Have
Yeah.
a good one.
New characters next time.
Yeah.
Until next time.
Shouldn't have made that deal.
Ways to die.
If I hadn't have made that deal in session 1, we would still
Right?
be alive.
Yeah.
What are you
Choices matter. Tack. Steam.
doing? Are we at 0 hit?
No, you.
Oh, yeah, I don't. He said unconscious.
No. I want you all, before you fall and drop unconscious, I want you all to roll one final perception check for me. This is it. This is the only one you're gonna get.
To clarify, only Claire saw Sybil, or did we all see
Claire,
Sybil?
only Claire.
Only
Yeah.
Claire saw Sybil.
Did they hear any of
19.
Hear any of what?
that? Like
The,
what he
"Hey,
said,
I know
or like
those
anything,
people."
or to them did
So
all that
the
happen
way
was
I kind
people
of
turned
perceived
and
it is they were all kind of eliciting information from Sebastian.
Gotcha.
And you're instinctively drawn towards that center. So only you were
Mourne was
able
ready
see
to
that.
start talking to other people to try to tie off rafts.
We're gonna make a 22.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Is it like an immediate see you later, or is there like a lead up to, oh, I'm going down?
This is the lead up going to I'm going down. You guys are going to drop unconscious. I'm
Okay,
telling
I
you
don't
right
want to make
now.
a perception check.
Do what?
I don't want to waste my action making a perception check.
Okay.
I'm drinking a vial.
Okay.
Ah.
I'm gonna let you try.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm gonna let you try. So I'm gonna have you do. I think so. The type of thing that's causing you to go unconscious, I think it would be will, and we'll see if you can get it off. Let me see. So before you say it, hold
Is
on.
that it?
Don't say anything.
Okay.
Is that?
Okay, I've got it. Go ahead.
Will
Yes.
23.
Okay. So the DC was 27.
Oh, come on.
That was close.
Damn.
DC's by level. That's a standardized thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So and I have the thing that's happening here. This thing.
This thing.
That's thing that's happening here. That's how I calculated the DC.
Mm-hmm.
Right before you manage to get your hand around it, but before you can uncork it, you fall unconscious. Okay.
At least it's not wasted.
19.
16.
What's it? 26.
So you two are the only two that see this. Before you fall unconscious, you turn around and you see on one of the two boats this entity, partially visible, translucent, in this kind of royal-looking robe and this bizarre-looking kind of a hat that sort of goes up almost to a point and then has sort of a brim, almost like a bowl at its top. From it is dangling all sorts of ornamentation.
So it's like a sombrero.
So sort of like an inverted sombrero. Well, yeah, sort of like an inverted sombrero
Interesting,
in a
yeah.
way. And he's covered in these sort of symbols on his robe. And again, he's like see-through, and his hands are raised outward. This sort of gaseous kind of vapor sort of yeah, that's fine. Sort of misty-looking stuff is being what am I? What?
Are you thinking like the
He's casting a spell. He's casting a spell.
Yeah, it's
think like
casting
this-
a dang spell, bro.
the smoky that comes off the incense? Like
Ooh.
thick smoke like that?
Yeah, it's that. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I was trying to think. It's a heavy smoke. That's
Okay.
kind of what I'm trying to say.
A low-hanging fog. Maybe.
And
Nasal decongestion.
without even making a powerful stuff, without even being able to make a check, you guys fall unconscious.
Looking like as I see him, I start doing the gesture of please that Sebastian did. Fall unconscious. For our podcast listeners, the gesture I've been doing is my middle finger.
Beverly Hillbillies.
They're laughing their asses off right now. Finally, they get it.
They're on the way to work.
That did it.
Like
That's a cool hat.
knee slapper. Anyway, so you guys all fall unconscious.
Yep.
We come in
I guess.
peace.
Yeah,
Holding
you-
up my
Yes,
gesture.
you do.
I mean, got no choice.
My
In-
character can't fall asleep or become unconscious ever.
In the darkness, you awaken to the murmurs of two individuals close by. One is unmistakably Sebastian, talking about words like defense. And the other is a lot more lower type of voice, distinguishably halfling, but is talking in this manner and going on and on about various things. And Sebastian trying to be, very, very energetic, very contrasting to this other halfling's tone of voice. The other one is more blunt and specific. Only words, minor words, parts of words are distinguishable. And by the time each of you wake up, which is all at the same time, they're gone. You awake to find yourself in a cell. It is very dim. Completely metal on all sides. The floor is metal. But you can hear close by water hitting the bottom of your cell floor. You can hear like almost like waves lapping. So you've got to be close to the water source. And the only thing keeping this particular prison illuminated are these Magitech sconces that are on the wall, illuminating this pale blue light, almost this kind of cyan light. All of you are in the same cell. There's
Hat, lantern, esoterica shit. I'm gonna call my implement.
nothing happens.
I can.
As I was trying to say before Torin yawned, there's something marketably wrong. You feel, I think the best word to describe the feeling is disconnected or suppressed. There is an overlying haze that sort of fills this area, like your frontal lobe is being numbed. Your connection to your deities is fuzzied here. It's not as clear as it normally should be. And any attempts, like you just did, to conjure or to use those abilities do not function at all. What it magically, like physically, it's just nothing is coming to you.
How much did I drink last night?
Well, in a roundabout way, I think we're skipping the line.
Claire, I had to leave this
It's a
dream.
different way of skipping the line. Different idea, at least, but.
Annabelle had a brother and my mother and we got on a raft and...
Yep.
It
You're
wasn't
getting there.
a
You're
dream.
almost there.
Huh?
2 more steps.
Where are we?
There's step number 1.
What's happening?
Close.
Close.
enough.
Close enough.
How does Fredrick feel?
How does he
Now
feel?
that the connection is broken.
Oh. I thought you meant emotionally. I'm like, no.
No.
character for me.
How does
Because
he
he's
feel?
always tried to just push it off, and he just wants to be guy. He just wants to be left the fuck alone.
He wants to be not the guy, but
A guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the guy.
I'm the guy.
Never beaten that.
His mind feels clearer than it has in a while.
He will just find a corner and sit down and just rest his head against the back of the wall, and he'll just smile.
You're awful calm.
Yeah, I don't know what you're smiling about because we are in prison without our shit.
Ooh, does that mean that they're gonna
Just
feed
leave
us?
me here.
Well,
No!
Somehow word got from wherever to here about what we supposedly had done, I'm assuming.
What would you expect when a
Allegedly.
group of people genocide a kingdom? It would,
We-
it might travel fast.
where? There's no one left.
No!
Just to make sure, because I know you guys suck at taking notes and have the memories of goldfish. The,
Price.
never mind.
But
I decided against it. I decided against it.
Can
It
I
wasn't
roll
intentional.
recall
I
knowledge
decided
to
against
get
it.
you
That's
to
my
tell
final
me
save.
that thing that you were just gonna tell
No.
me? Damn it!
Okay.
jeez.
I tried.
I don't know, like, doesn't really make sense to have a bounty on our heads at this point. As fucked as the world is.
We were condemned, judged, and chased by a very large group of very powerful individuals.
I think it does make quite a bit of sense from an outside perspective.
Yeah.
But we didn't have proper representation.
I don't
They
think that
don't
matters.
care. Someone had to take the fall.
You know, us dwarves, we have a good jury system. We
That's
don't just
nice. Tell me,
indict
how many
people.
dwarves have you seen around here to run that jury system?
You know, weirdly enough, since we've begun our journey,
Yeah,
I've
no
seen
shit.
no dw-
Is there any way looking out
Fucking
of...
lays back
Is there any way to
again.
look out of our cell?
So yeah, I mean, there's an opposing cell across. It's very stereotypical, but
Yeah.
it feels like the brig of a ship if it was made entirely of metal.
Mm-hmm.
So you can try to like push your head up against it, and if you were to, you would see to your left a long line of cells, and at the very end, this sort of kind of like almost like an inverted ship, where like the bow, you know, like if your ship has a bow that kind of goes like this, it's like inverted, so it looks like this at the end. Sorry, podcast. That's the best way I can describe it. And it's got all this. That's the row. That's it. And you
Yeah.
see like some sort of like mechanism at the end that's like an elevator looking thing. You can infer that out just based on your basic intelligence. You could infer that it's some sort of Magitech elevator that goes up and down. This is only one floor of many, and you're at the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, on the good side, we've definitely been in worst scenarios.
Yeah.
This is dry.
Standing face to the face of the demon lord definitely seems worse than this does.
It's not a bone pit.
Oh,
We're moving up in the world.
It's definitely not a bone pit. It all starts going right through and flashing behind his eyes.
I'm gonna start screaming.
Oh god, it's not a bone pit.
Bash! Sebastian! Just,
Nothing.
like,
Is
keep
the-
going.
Annabelle, do they not really like you here?
No, they like me. I'm fine here.
But
This
you
is
don't
home.
Even, you didn't even speak the language of that
History
big
checks
thing
for him,
outside.
but they
I
would-
don't think that's from Slattown.
They would
I
have
think
to, like,
Sebastian learned that.
He did say it was from the wastes.
Ask for that. check.
Yeah.
He didn't say he learned it from the waste.
Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
Unveiled information.
Oh, he did?
I don't think he didn't learn. He
On
didn't
that
know
point.
that before he left. At least.
At least we all have each other.
That's,
that's
the
cute.
unfortunate part.
There's the Fredrick we love.
Quest accepted. Make Fredrick like everybody.
Torin's
next
been crying
arc
for
3.
months.
So hard.
Arc 3.
It
In the
is
tour,
nice to
make
see
eye
you
contact.
feeling more like yourself, though.
Arc 3 is everyone.
Tries to.
Everybody loves Fredrick. That's the arc
Look,
3.
it took
Oh,
me
no.
5 years, and
Everybody
I'm
loves-
still
He'll
not
leave.
convinced that he likes me. So.
He is,
I'll be bringing in a new character so fast.
Oh, he
is-
likes you. He saved your life. Quite a few times, actually.
Well, I know that, but don't tell him that.
I also saved your life as well.
This cell is maybe 10 feet by 10 feet. I can hear you.
He can hear you.
He can hear you.
is it a door, or is it like
It's like bars.
bars?
I love
Can
it.
I like go peer out?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
described
same
what-
thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
No. There's no other like ways to look out aside from
No, there's not even a window.
no window. Yeah.
The solid ceiling, floor, and 2 walls to your left and right, and then a barred, kind of stereotypical dungeon-looking.
GM, what items do we have currently?
Clothes, I think, is that.
Don't you fucking be my DM.
I mean, he said all of our stuff is gone.
Yeah, you've been disarmed.
Okay, so what exactly do we have on us other than
Your
just our
clothes, just
weapons?
clothes.
Do we have any of our other stuff?
No,
No.
no. Unless you have like
Ways.
a fold in your body, which you have not utilized.
I pull out a
No,
single.
no, you literally don't have
Single
anything
apple.
at all.
Not even my drinking horn?
Not even your eye patch.
Oh.
single
Well,
uncorrupted.
canonically, I never said I had an iPad.
Your model had an eye patch when you sent it to me.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
nice.
because he has the scars on his face. And so we couldn't find scars on his face for the thingamajig.
Oh.
Well, it's on the. I don't know what to tell you. It's right
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
canon.
You had an eye patch, now you don't have an eye patch. I think at this point, Witton is just gonna sit by Fredrick, just sit against the wall.
How close?
Give decent enough room, like 4 feet.
Okay.
About as much as
like
we
a
can.
urinal's width, you know?
That's a wide ass urinal.
You know, it's like you give the
So
one-
Anyway.
something to note is there's no cots,
Mm-hmm.
no toilet, no obvious place to put food in and out. You will know why, though. I think you would know. The quite frankly, magic that is used in this place is derived from artifacts, and is basically a sustain
Stasis.
field. It's a stasis field. Nothing changes. So you know that there's a potential that they wouldn't have to come check on you ever.
Ever.
Ever. No. It's more torturous than it is positive because the brain does not like that to break.
At least we all have each
Annabelle.
other.
Do you know where are we in a boat, or are we in the town? Would you guess?
So, as you guys are asking those questions, there's a noise.
Shit.
And outside your cell is Sebastian.
Oh, hey.
There you fucking are.
He's using a very privileged system that's used primarily for the elites of this particular town. They use artifacts to translocate themselves around because they're too lazy.
Jeez.
So he's using that, and you're very aware and familiar with this. The Farside Orators, just for you guys, are hoarders of magical artifacts. They have all sorts of stuff. They don't have any magic inherent, but they have items that have remaining, almost like talismans, that have remaining whispers. And they spend their lives trying to find ways to replicate it. and are often entirely unsuccessful. And most of that comes from a very specific place on the map. So Sebastian appears as you ask that question, and he puts his hands on his shoulder, and he's like, all right. And down the hallway you hear footsteps.
What?
It's a series of guards. They approach the front and open the gate. They have, and behind them, the translucent visions of the same person you two saw. They lift their hands, snap them, and you guys walk.
Okay.
How's the instrument?
How's the what?
Your
The
instrument.
Oh, you know, it might be playing pretty sad songs here in the next couple of weeks.
Bash, what is happening?
That's
Oh,
okay.
I guarantee you, little sister, you're about to find out.
We're walking.
You can't know happiness.
We're
because
walking
You never
Hopes a lot.
know
against our
sadness.
will.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny for you to say, of all people.
We're walking against our will.
Yeah, against your will.
No, please don't leave me in the cell.
So the same feeling does follow you. Yeah.
Oh, never mind. We're good.
So do you guys follow?
Because you like walk out.
I don't think
We can't. Why do you
Still
ask if we
Do you
can't
guys
do
let
it?
you? Do you
Do you
let them
guys
control
follow?
your body completely?
Maybe you could do something if you had your bound powers, but you guys are nullified. They know
Yeah.
something.
Shocker.
They lead you down this path and into an office in which there are 5 seats prepared for you. Behind the desk is a older Farsight orator marked by their tabard standard, which they all wear, especially when they're on the job and or working, which is this eye. It's the shape of this sort of eye that has a slit down the middle of it. He is sitting there writing on with a quill on some parchment. And the room is lit by these sconces, but you notice that there is a warmer glow to this, almost inviting, not as harsh and white light as what you previously saw in the dungeons. You all are sat down, the guards leave, and the translucent individual in the robe snaps their fingers. You guys are now free to move, and it vanishes, like it was never there. Sebastian stands back against the wall in this office that's relatively small. It's filled with all sorts of bookshelves, filled with books. If you were to take a look at the bindings, they would say things like Law and Order, law during the 20th Seed riots, like just stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Random anecdotes, but they all seem to deal with law. Silence. The halfling does not look up from their paper.
Torin has tried to memorize the way in which we've gotten up here and just takes a seat.
Well, you were forced to take a seat.
Oh, okay.
I remain.
He feels like it
seated.
was his. Torin kind of peeks forward and looks at the rest of the group.
I don't know.
Does one of the, I don't know, shrugs.
I shrug back.
Fredrick just shakes his head at them. Nope.
So did you need us for something, or just felt like taking us on a walk?
How long has it been for you guys since the fall of the Ashlands?
Good question.
A few days or so,
Hmm.
as far as I'm aware.
Why are you keeping us here?
Almost been a week.
I am afraid that if you do not know the answer to that question, then you are more damned than I thought.
Annabelle, how come you're the only one that doesn't sound like those guys?
I don't know.
Your
She
accent's
does.
different.
It's fairly similar.
It's pretty different. I don't know.
It's like a general mix of Mediterranean.
Theirs is nice. Theirs is kind of like.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Nice bat though.
For our accused
I
of
think
crimes.
I understand that. But what? Why? What's your plan? Why are we here? Tell us anything.
My plan? Oh, well, if you have to know, after this, I'm going to go home. My wife most likely will have tea ready. My grandchildren will be there because, quite frankly, my children are useless.
I
it's
like
all
him.
half
Weird.
there.
He's kind of like Sebastian.
Yeah.
That weird way he talks and stuff. Fredrick, why do you keep smiling?
It's amazing. My head's clear. I don't
He
feel
loves
anything.
your people.
Ah, yes, our nullification field. It is quite an impressive beat of technology, is it not?
No, it's amazing.
I'll let the architect know you think that.
If you don't kill me, just leave me here.
So, here you all are.
Here we are. Yeah.
I'm Claire, but you probably know that. What's your name?
I would say for now we can skip those pleasantries. Quite frankly, I don't think they are necessary given the situation.
Okay.
How about you? Your name? We don't know that.
Again, I don't think it matters. Young Greenshire. 4 months.
What?
What?
4 months.
Is that how long we're gonna stay here?
No, it's how long it's been since the fall of the Ashlands.
How do you know that?
Context clues.
He said it.
Just such an asshole.
But it's Witton.
Oh.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I was out stretching my legs and...
They're pretty small. I'm just saying you probably don't have to do a lot of stretching to like...
He reaches up behind his ear and you feel, without saying anything, a mouth go over, or a hand go over your mouth.
A mouth go over his mouth.
He starts kind of like...
Something in your beard? Do you need help? I'll pick it out. What?
I have read about your kind, how they have a, how do you say, defense mechanism where when they feel stressed, they make jokes. My recommendation is none of you do that here. You see that? And he points to the top. It's the sconce, the light source. While it is nice, bright light without oil or any flammable, it also allows for information transfer. So anything you say here, they will know.
Who's
Torin
they?
kind of just like gestures his mind.
So they would be the magistrates.
Points over at Annabelle.
For months, as I was trying to say, I walk out to stretch my legs. I look out into the sea, and what do I see? I see a large light, massive plume of purple. 2 weeks later, people begging to be let in. At first we say, okay, but it never stops. And now we've been dealing with refugees for 4 months. Thank you. From the Farsight Orators, we thank you for damning our town and damning the Ashlands. And he facetiously claps his hands. Great work. I am old enough to remember Gate Rise, and this by far is the worst travesty to ever occur since then. The demons were less effective than all of you. By all accounts, it took you 1 week to destroy it all. Great work. Very nice. Now, I want to ask this, not for the record, but out of personal interest. What gave you the power to do this? Oh, never mind. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry. I have one job to do. Forgive me. I am usually so balanced. I don't let my emotions seep into my work, but today is a different day indeed. Different day indeed. And he pulls out a piece of paper and unseals it. Has a seal on it. He unseals it. 3 months ago, you stood trial under the visage of the Baron of Presic, deceased, and were found guilty. While it is not our jurisdiction that was enacted, we believe that it was the correct determination. However, our laws demand that we hold court. And we shall. We will hold court. We will make sure, once and for all, using cutting-edge legal techniques.
Torin bumps into Fredrick. See, doing those kind of gestures.
To see whether or not you guys...
Just in Frederick's head, he's just choking the shit out of him.
We zoom in on his head. He's smiling again.
Peaceful smile. And she's like,
To see whether or not you guys... And forgive me for speaking so colloquially. I feel like I know all of you. I've heard nothing but you. For months, nothing but you, hearing all of your exploits from a very reliable source.
No.
It's almost like meeting legends in flesh. Bound. Ooh, bound. Scary. Not so scary when technology is evolved. You are all so... how you say, like ragdoll, like play doll. Down the street you go. Marionette.
May I ask a question?
Of course.
Who is the source?
Oh, I believe you'll meet him sooner rather than later. But it's not my place to say. I am a humble attorney after all. I'm just a man of law and order. No gossip. You'll see him soon enough.
Can I...
are you our attorney?
Absolutely not.
Then we would like to see our attorney.
Oh, would you? Ooh. Well, of course you'll be allotted one. Yes, of course. All in good time. For now, I must read you your rights.
Could I, just really quick?
Yeah.
Based on just the small little bit I've already gotten,
Mm-hmm.
sense motive based on, like, if he thinks we're already done for. Like, do I even need to roll for that?
No,
kind of
you
thing?
wouldn't.
I figured.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Last question. Is our corruption still the same? Corruption?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is anyone eating or drinking?
You just really want to try that. Jeez.
Your rights. You evoked them all. So, there's that. The right to free will. The right to lead your own path, your own destiny. These are things we guarantee by law. And you've evoked them. But I'm afraid you evoked them in a way that has allowed us to reap those rights. So you don't have any. You have none. You have no right to your body, to your mind, to your soul. Those are ours now. Until you are proven innocent, you are property of the Farsight Orators. And through this all this, Sebastian is standing in the back, silent.
Can I get a read on Sebastian?
Okay.
Just a read on like what his body language, like what he's reaction
It's pretty
is.
crushed. He's pretty folded.
Okay.
Star sign.
Why aren't you helping us?
Sagittarius.
Did he button his shirt back on?
Do what?
Did he button his shirt back up?
Witton would notice.
The important question.
Yes.
Why aren't you helping us? Bash.
Oh, don't ask him. He can't do anything. You've done enough. You've done too much, even. He
Torin tries to explain, all silent, all the things that Sebastian can do. He's like doing huge gestures.
Moving on.
He's doing a tentacle.
In accordance with our laws, you will stand trial in 1 day. From now, this moment. You will either be given a defense or one will be called for them. Yada yada yada. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I forgot. And he reaches in his back pocket and pulls out another piece of paper with a seal. Unseals it. Mm-hmm. If you're found guilty, you die.
I'd like to actually hear
Torin
the part that you yada yada yada'd, if I may.
I don't think I will. And his face kind of snaps to like a cold. There are threads in this individual that remind you of Sebastian, but not as erratic.
Mm-hmm. This isn't a promise to a fair trial now, is it?
Oh, it's always fair here. We look at the facts. If you are not at fault, then you go free. That is it. But if you are at fault, not only will you be responsible for the destruction of the Ashlands, but also for the reduction in the quality of life of all the citizens of Slattown because of the increased crime rates, starvation, famine, in general malfeasance, death that has occurred since all of these refugees have appeared.
Slattown always had refugees.
Not at this scale, young lady. Of all the people to know, you should be the one to know. Did you see what is going on out there? How dare you to think that a Green Shire was responsible for even a minute...
We didn't know what we were doing. We didn't know the effect. Not even the Fall Knight knew.
Annabelle.
And you fall silent.
I was just gonna try and stop her, that's all.
It is quite embarrassing for us that one of our own kind has caused such destruction. I always knew, watching you scamper about, being flitty with yourself, going and following random strangers to find artifacts. Even as a kid, you were nothing but bad news.
See Torin get up really quickly and his chair flies back. He starts walking to him, pointing his hand. No, you... He goes back and picks up his chair and sits back down.
And he laughs again.
All you can do is
I'm
huff.
sorry. Us halflings usually have a grip, but old age.
Or chaos.
You would know, would you not?
We all would.
We all would. Deferring judgment. That's what I will do. Defer judgment on what the chaos can and cannot do to the courts. My job is to simply rip the truth from you and make sure that all hear it. That's it. I don't judge. No, I don't judge. No. So I defer. We'll see if you can use that defense. We'll see. Maybe you can. Crazy man. I will say though, what they do to crazy people here might be worse than death. He starts to write on his page. The trial is in 1 day. You will be supplied with a defense. Do you have any requests?
Someone knowledgeable on demon kind.
How about you all keep silent? No. Who do you think we should call? You spent many years here before abandoning your family. Who do you call? And you can see his eyes are smiling. There's someone, you can infer.
Yeah.
He's leading you. There's someone he wants you to call.
The only thing in Torin's mind is the gnome we met during our travel.
Whack-a-demic.
He was
I
there.
wonder. Yeah, I
Who do you think their star witness is?
Yeah.
Ding ding ding.
Yeah, God.
I think he liked us.
So do you want me to give you a list of people
Can
you
I-
think of? Yeah.
I mean, I think of my parents. I don't know if either of them.
So they are I mean, for the lore that you wrote, it was pretty small, like
Yeah,
pretty.
they're
So I
pretty
expanded.
like they exist.
They were extremely
Yeah,
prominent
Yeah.
individuals and would be prime candidates.
yeah.
I called Cade into the staff. No, he hates me too. Never mind.
Which one is more respected?
Probably your mother.
Yeah, Eleni Greenshire.
Oh, your mother, very, very, very childlike, Miss Annabelle. Very childlike, oh, call on mother. Let me make a couple of inquiries. And he kind of feigns. What's that?
What
They're
are you
not
pretending to
home.
do?
What?
What are you pretending to do? You keep touching your ear. Is that what you do when you send message?
So he actually looks over and says, and he pulls his kind of, he has some hair, and he pulls it back and shows you. There's
that
actually
Bluetooth?
like a piece. Yeah, they got Bluetooth, bro. He has a mechanism that's attached to his ear.
You
Yeah.
guys
Oh, I
catch
know that. Is that at this time it's probably like what, S12 or something? Like at this time, I'm just trying to estimate since the last release when I left Murder
my
Cabin.
God.
Anyways, sorry.
Slaughter.
I forgot about those.
Pretty nice. Allows us to communicate
Yeah.
over short distances. Though it hurts, I will admit.
Well, couldn't you, if the short distance, couldn't you just yell?
Torin's
Hey.
fucking cackling at that, and it's just silence.
Silent laughter.
Just
Oh,
cackling.
I've read a lot about your kind. Yeah. Good to see it's all true.
Torin tries to stand up.
So
again.
it seems. It seems to
allow me
all
to
be
make an
true.
inquiry. Allow me to make. Yes, could you go to the house of the Greenshires and please get, what was her name again?
Eleni.
An Eleni Greenshire? I don't know if you've heard of it before. Okay, thank you. What's that? Oh, they're not home. Oh, so you mean to say, after their daughter left, they went after her? And never came back? I'll have to let her know. Unfortunately, your parents went after you, after many, from all accounts, hours of begging you to stay. They left, and they've never returned. So I'm afraid we can't have them defend you. And it's been a loss for us too, such prominent, strong-minded people, great scholars in their own right, vanished as if they never existed. All of their research frozen. No one can read their notes. They have their own language. But oh, their daughter, so important. It's good that you returned home. They would be happy if they were not dead. Anyone else come to mind? And in the back, Sebastian goes, I'll do it. And he gets deadly serious. The guy, instead of being sort of infused with emotion, his guards are down, his professionalism is gone, it returns, and he goes, Sebastian, I understand this is your sister, but do you understand? Yes, he says. I understand what it means. Very well. And he writes down some notes, takes out a white wax seal, lights it, stamps it, folds it, lifts it up, pushes his Bluetooth, and a hand, same as that guy's hand looked, takes it and it vanishes. Go. And you guys forcibly get stood up and are sent back to your cell.
If I may,
Yeah.
one last thing. Is a roll even needed to see if it's possible to check if he is also affected by chaos corruption, like...
I think that would probably be like a religion check. Yeah. Use this one.
natural
Ooh, score!
for a total of 29.
No.
He's not.
No.
Interesting. Okay.
Is my seal on my mouth still?
So it is until you get back to your cell, then it is unleashed.
How could he not say that about your parents? He led us to believe that they were here in this town waiting for you.
I don't think he knew.
Oh,
course
I think
he
he
knew.
knew. It sounded like he knew.
Torin
He
like
was being
pushes.
performative.
Torin starts like pushing on the walls.
No, the asshole knew. I don't think Bash knew.
Of course he knows.
Oh, we're being angry at the other guy, not Bash.
I'm mad at Bash.
Oh, I'm not mad at Bash.
I'm mad.
Okay.
Very upset. You see him
He's
push on
mad.
the wall. He
Push
just-
harder!
Ah! If I knew that my parents were still alive. Sorry. I don't really know what you're feeling. I don't usually let my anger get out of check. I just don't understand. He was always being so cryptic with us at first, and I thought it was a joke. I thought it was just, oh, he's your big brother. He's funny. He likes to pull your leg. But to keep something like that from you, I would choke him if I could right now. And the thing I said about that guy's little tiny legs, I didn't mean any offense towards you, Annabelle.
She's like just curled in a ball with her arms around her knees, sitting up against the wall.
Ah! I kick the wall. Ow!
Just because they left doesn't mean that they're gone.
They shouldn't
For
have
good.
left. And of course they did.
And I made that guy a new freaking guitar instrument.
Someone's
thing.
drumming.
How tall is Torin?
About 5'4".
He gets taller every time you say it.
He said 5'4", I've said 5'4".
I said 5'4".
You said 5 at one point, and then you went to 5'2", and now you're saying 5'4".
And then he said 5'4", and you just yes and.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just yes-anded.
He gets taller
was
every
that
time you say how tall he
35
is. I
The
swear.
chat is sad for Annabelle.
Thank you.
Well,
I'm sad.
We're all sad.
so walking down the corridor is a set of footsteps,
Who is it?
and it's Sebastian. And he looks over to his right and left and pulls out a key and unlocks it.
Sweet.
Oh, I'm not freeing you.
No.
Even if you think this is the only thing keeping you here.
Oh, sorry, he's 5'2".
There it is.
And so he walks in, and he has a bundle of paper, and he has essentially that's it, just his hat and a bundle of paper. And he sits, kind of leans up against the wall, and he kind of snaps twice, and the lights kind of glow a little bit brighter. He says, I have been given all of the appropriate documentation. I've been given the time that I need to lead you there. We have about 12 hours to discuss what is
How
about
could you
to
not
happen.
tell her
Tell her what?
about your parents?
I didn't know.
You didn't know.
He's been gone longer than she has. How would he know?
This is my first time being back here in 14 years.
You can tell. He can tell that he's telling the truth.
Oh yeah, God. Yeah. He almost seems resentful of having to be back here at all.
Well, I feel much better now.
Do you all mind if I have an aside with my sister?
I think there's only so much room, but
It's-
yeah.
Everybody cuddle in the northwest corner.
I have a question.
Yes,
cuddle time.
big fella.
May I please have my own cell away from all of them?
No.
He goes to a corner and sits down.
Ouch. Dang.
For the first time,
Annabelle's
Torin-
giving you the saddest.
for the
look.
first time, Torin thinks that Fredrick maybe doesn't like him.
Oh my gosh.
Let's
So-
give him some alone
Yeah.
time. Come in this corner.
Must have a lot going on in
Sebastian
his head.
leads you over to the side and
Or very
so,
little.
you know it's not your fault.
How is it not my fault?
It's in your blood. It's in mine. It was in father's. Mother was always the one, home and family and make the blah blah blah. But that wasn't us. I don't understand it. I couldn't imagine what drove them to follow you. They didn't care when I left. They cared, but not that much. They knew I had to go. I don't know why it would be any different for you. I really don't. I've thought a lot. It just doesn't make any sense. Father would have been supportive. He would not have gone off to protect you. No, not father. Mother, but she was so proud of her position and her research. It doesn't make sense. They were stupid to have gone. They're old.
They're not stupid. They cared about us. They couldn't follow you because they had me, and when I left, I guess, then they could follow.
No.
It makes sense.
Oh, I knew them longer than you. Even though I left, I knew them pretty well. This doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. Listen, you're going to have to be at your peak efficiency this coming day. 150%. If you're not, you will die. There's nothing I can do. The enchantments here, the artifacts are beyond even what I realized they had amassed these last 14 years. Insane defenses. They will do worse than kill you. They will crush your soul. You have to be strong. You can't think about them. And who knows? They were strong. It's only been a few years, 4 years, 5 years.
Yeah, they could be out there, but he was right.
Yes, he was. He was right. I cannot placate you, sister. It is the truth. But the same thing could have happened to me. But they always treated you differently growing up. I remember, oh, sweet little Annabelle can't defend herself. like duckling walking behind the duck. From our books, the ducks. Except in the opposite direction, the duckling walked forward and not them. They shouldn't have done it. They know that it was in your blood to roam. It's what you did even as a small kid, you roamed. But you have to be sharp. You understand me?
Yeah, yes.
Do you? You
No.
know what happens.
I don't know how to be sharp.
Well, you'll have to learn. You'll all have to learn. And he kind of reconvenes.
Looking back, Torin is just copied, doing the same thing that Fredrick did, acting very upset, going to a corner. He has the exact same arms crossed over, head back.
I understand your emotions are running high. I get it. But they can't. You understand? They cannot. What do you know about the Farsight orators and their law and order techniques? Do you know anything about how they do justice?
I've heard nothing about them.
Would Witton know anything about it? No. Okay.
I know things.
I'll just repeat it. There are...
She does raise her hand though and say, I know that, because she thinks Sebastian doesn't want to hear from her.
There are differences. My people do not rely on mere conjecture or spoken word or swearing to tell the truth. That's not how it works here. You will be forced to tell the truth, regardless. You won't be able to lie. It's more accurate. And he, out of his coat, pulls a collar. Has a massive gem affixed to it, a lot of magic tech greebles surrounding it. This is a replica. It's not the real thing. We have one of these. You will be put on the stand. This collar will be affixed to your neck, and it will prevent you from speaking falsehoods. I need you all to tell me exactly what happened, down to the smallest detail. And you can tell the Sebastian that's now is nothing like the Sebastian out there. Like night and day. Cool, calm, collected, structured, very logical thinking. Something is different.
How I remember him?
Yes,
Yeah.
very much. So I'm assuming you guys recount the events to him in some capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
start from the beginning.
Yeah, for God's
We
sake.
wake up
no.
in a bone pit.
Nothing left out.
You're
So
eating with Kyle.
Several- Several things left out.
he sits there with his hands crossed. About 8 hours pass. It takes about 8 hours to get all of your sides of the story down to the last infinite detail. 4 hours before it's going to happen.
And that was 2 sessions. Really 1 1/4.
If you tell the magistrate that, as it's said here, you will all die. All of you will die. It doesn't matter why or how, It matters that you did. That's it. That's all. You are guilty.
Judgment on the ones who throw the knife. Regardless.
They don't care. Their philosophy is simple. It is not from the heart, it is from the mind. What was the output and who caused the output? That is all that matters here. You cause the output, you will die.
So,
We're going to have to find a way for you guys to lie without lying.
What do we need to leave out?
Who's to say? I have no clue what they're going to ask. The defense for you is going to be limited. I'll be able to ask any witnesses questions. That's about it. I can call you to the stand. Maybe I can throw you some softballs. But if you say exactly what you told me, it is over. This collar works not in forcing you to tell the truth, because that is beyond capabilities of technology. You cannot do that. But it prevents you from lying. You're going to have to find a way to spin what happened into something softer. We're going for anything less than death as for the sentence. Anything less. If we can get that, I can find a way to give me time to lower it. But until then, we're going to have to shoot for the bare minimum, less than death. Do you all understand what is about to happen here?
I believe so.
Yes.
If I can ask one thing.
Of course.
Do you know who the witness is that gave the information about us?
There's a few that I know they're going to call. I've made some inquiries. It has been a long time since I've been back here, but I still have some friends, and they work in their same position. Us halflings, when we settle down, that's it. Rock solid. Luckily for me. Luckily for you. I know there's one that is old, and there's another that was witness to the events that occurred. That's all. A race, I have no clue. A gnome would be surprising. They're not from around here. We don't like them very much, to put it bluntly. We were kind of at a competition. I don't think that they're going to be here. That would not make much sense.
It doesn't seem possible for there to be a witness. We
How
were
so?
the only ones. Unless they're calling Krug as a witness.
Well, let me tell you what I have heard. They have told me that you five were seen on the royal room. That there was some sort of conversation between you and somebody from your past. That there was trials and tribulations. That the big one threw a knife into the heart. Is this all true? Yes, it is.
As we've told you.
But
Yes.
doesn't that seem like the way you kill something and not the way you set it free? I'm just saying, no one knew how this worked, and we figured it out, so that's kind of good.
Look, all I have are scraps and hearsay. I don't know what will be said under the collar. I have no clue. Otherwise, it would be a lot easier.
the collar's pretty tough. Is there anywhere in the transferring from cage to legislative room where perhaps the nullification powers are not as strong? Because we wouldn't have to put the collars on at all
If we
if we didn't make it to the room.
Right.
It kind of fits.
Yeah.
And we're already on the run. I don't think we'd be able to get out, though. At least not at night.
Among a lot of
So
refugees.
he's thinking,
Lost
and he
in
goes, I think I have something that might help. And he reaches into his back pockets of his coat, and he pulls out.
No.
Oh.
Remember this?
No, I don't.
It is a art project.
No!
Annabelle, age 4.
No! You still have that?
It is an art project of the core structure of Slattown, written by one Annabelle, age 4, on Cartography 101. And you got a C minus, and the teacher writes, apply yourself.
Oh my god.
Sounds about right.
And he hands it.
Ah!
That is
to the
phenomenal. Nah, in the middle.
And this is Slattown?
Oh god.
This is the core
I
structure.
want to see that. Oh my god.
That is
What do you
amazing.
mean you want to see it? You made it.
-10.
Oh.
I don't know if you wanted to put it on the
There is no
table.
due
So,
process
We are
without
here.
weakness.
Shit. We are screwed. No.
Maybe we could make it
connect.
Let's.
Are the blue lines like?
Water.
It's much lighter than I thought it would be.
Yeah, right.
You know, I think those would have been water. That makes sense in my brain now.
No,
but
they're the
40-year-old.
separations of the tiers.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't do very well in that class.
It should have been at least a C+.
Thank you. I was 4. So
I'm gonna put it there. They're looking at it.
Yeah.
All right. No, I'm gonna
In the middle.
place
put it on that. Yeah.
And too far.
Hey.
Chill, yo.
That's it. That's incredible.
That's so good.
Jesus.
There is no due process
I need to adjust this.
without
Oh,
a
yeah.
weakness.
Oh my gosh, that is just
Whether
wild.
it's in the courts,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's in the judiciary system itself, in the files, in the history, in the logs, or the prisoners themselves.
Nah, you're really off.
And if we can't be sure of our survival in the courts, then let's not go to the courts.
To be fair, we won't be To be fair, we won't be sure of our survival anywhere.
But we're talking about percentages, the guy.
It doesn't feel very good chances to get out.
But would you rather take your chances on your own 2 feet?
No,
Or
I'm
without
agreeing
your
with
own
you.
voice?
I'm
you're
agreeing with you.
Okay. It was very
the courts.
quick,
The
yes.
courts don't feel like very good chances.
Listen,
I
I am only good at one thing. You guys have so many special abilities and strength of mind and body.
And
What is that?
Is that
Is it parking? It's like a parking thing. That's
Party.
just where we are. Party.
Party.
Wow. Okay.
Party.
Partying.
Hey.
I only have one thing. That's why I made it here with you all. I just keep
Running.
surviving.
let me explain something.
Okay.
There is nothing I can do to get you out of this trial. Nothing. You cannot get out of here. It is impossible. The magistrate owns something. Someone is more accurate, but that will not let you leave. I'm sure you've seen him.
The translucent one.
One with the sombrero.
Oh,
Great hat.
it is stylish, but also he is extremely deadly. I do not think you're going to get out of this. There's no way. But what we can do...
Who is he?
Is he bound?
Do you know who he is?
No.
Because I think that one guy that we fought.
This is definitely new. Neither you nor... Yeah.
Because I think that one guy we fought that Fredrick for whatever reason didn't kill when he had the chance. I think he might have been bound too.
Either way.
So,
Fredrick
right now the
resists
party
urge to punch the
is...
shit out of
Go back to your happy place.
So you guys are in the prison. To get to the courts, you will have to go through the police precinct, up through the high sky bridge into the courts. We are locked to the lower level. Below that is where all of the Slattown refugees live that are lucky enough to get in here. Of course, there's the water and the bone. Over here is the way we get up. We have hollowed out one of the rib cages. It goes up and down into each of the 3 tiers. You're never going to be granted access to this. The only time we could do something in which we could mess with the necklace or cause it to be befuddled in some way is in these places. Between the prison and the police station, and between the police station and the courts. That's the only way, only time that we can do it. Does anyone have any spells or something that can maybe lessen the effectiveness of the enchantment?
Well,
Because if we can get it, hold on. if we can get it to allow for double speed, for a turn of phrase, where you could say what happened, but in a way that could be construed in different ways. The court magistrates are not used to reading into what is spoken. They rely on the caller, and that might be the weakness.
I have been able to trick magic items before into the wand.
Well,
That allows you to use it. Does it allow you to...
I don't know. I could try.
Alright.
it's kind of a big
might
leap
be
of faith,
It's a very big if.
but I might know a guy. It's more depending on why we're here in the first place.
Uh-oh.
Freeze.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think guy is an accurate term.
Well, I don't know what you want to be called to other people, nor do I necessarily want to usurp the cover that you place over yourself when you tipper-taper upon us mortals.
It was fun, wasn't it? Are you having fun? Because I certainly am.
Generously stretching the word fun? Sure.
Oh, come now. If everything was perfect, nothing would be interesting. You have to look at the broad picture, the big picture, if you will. I think that's the turn of phrase you use, the big picture, which I never quite understood, simply because what is a picture?
Kind of like what Annabelle made, but better.
Ah,
I think.
I see. So it's like a piece of art. Ah,
Yes.
Interesting. You mortals, I learn something new from you every day, I must admit. So why did you call me? We haven't talked in so long.
Has been a while. Lots happened since we
yes.
last spoke.
Oh, yeah.
I'll assume that you're most up to date with the big picture details.
Oh, I think so. I think you would find I am. In fact, I think you would find that in this analogy. I've been a little bit of a painter myself. Yes.
Yeah, finding a little bit here, a little bit there.
You've
Maybe
been,
me too.
I'm so sorry. Here we go, interrupting each other again.
We're just so excited to be back in the same
Oh, I'm sure you are.
space.
So, prison, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that was mighty stupid of you to get caught.
I don't know. It seems like the thing that was supposed to happen.
Supposed to happen. So this is a question of fate, of preordained.
Well, I think it's more of a
locations.
question of what you wanted to happen, Sybil.
What I want is of little consequence. You flatter me.
Okay.
You flattered me. You just happened to be in the right location at the right time. That's all.
Lucky me.
Oh, lucky indeed. You've been chosen, right? You signed a contract,
And-
which has been didn't.
Made a handshake.
Yes, I recall the handshake.
The
yes.
spit.
Yes, I know. Even though that's not binding, you know that, right?
I don't know. A spit on spit. It's binding to me.
I recall it different.
We should maybe ask fate down the line how binding that one is.
Fate. Yes. If only fate was a person.
Well. So anyways, they're gonna put these doohickeys on our necks that make us not tell lies.
Right.
I would love to just skip that part, but no one else believes that we could get away.
Oh, but that would be so much less interesting, wouldn't you think?
Chase scene, court scene. Pretty equal to me.
Pretty equal. Court.
It's just more of a personal preference.
I see. Well, I'd have to imagine that you are not that intelligent of a creature if you think that courts are uninteresting. They're, in fact, some of the most drama-filled places in the known world. Did you know that in another planet far away, there was a trial that lasted 2 weeks? The people never left their seats using magic to sustain themselves, only to discover that they didn't have enough evidence, and the trial was thrown out. It was a mistrial! Could you believe it? Funny thing. Mortals, funny thing. What were we talking about? Oh, right, that's right. The
Neck
collars.
things, this trial.
So, I see. You want me to mess with the collars, is that right?
That would be the most straightforward option.
The most straightforward.
But you're looking for interesting, right?
Oh, interesting. All these adjectives, always used to describe things more limited in a way than I would describe them, that's for sure. Interesting? No, I don't think so.
So you do just want to tamper with them. What if some of them just didn't work? But they thought they did.
If only life were so easy. If only we had a godlike being at our beck and call to do whatever we ask them to do. If only, if only. In this case, I'm afraid I can't do as much as you're asking me to do.
That's okay.
What?
That's okay.
Oh, is it? Well, bye. See ya.
Okay. I can't leave this place unless you do the snappy thing. Wait, come back!
He flashes back. Oh, you mortals. So funny. So funny. Was that a good joke? Did you laugh?
Hey, yeah.
You're not laughing. Laugh!
He? Tee-hee.
He snaps his fingers and he starts to like belly laugh. Oh, that's more like it.
That
Good
wasn't
on
as
you.
fun. But it was interesting.
Ah, there's that word again. Interesting. Do you find what's happening to you interesting?
Yeah. Again. Stretching the word interesting. Definition-wise, sure.
Sure. Well, quite frankly, if I could tell the truth, if you'd allow me.
But I don't have a necklace for you that forces you.
Oh,
But
that's right. You don't. How would you
by
ever
all
trust
means,
me?
you have my permission.
I did say, and stipulate in the contract, I could never directly lead you astray. Did I not?
Right. That's why I wasn't mad when you didn't put us where we are now.
I feel there is an opportunity here that you're not seeing. One that could unlock a certain level of notoriety that could be more positive than negative. Right now, you are regarded as a genocidal maniac, an individual who has turned victim. A lot of people, quite frankly, more than even I realized. A lot of people.
Yeah.
You're trying to be nice here, which isn't my strong suit. Usually I'm so verbose. But in this moment, I seem lost for words. I guess I'll have to put it bluntly. People hate your guts, my friend. There is a lot of bad words about you. You're at the lowest of the low, the scummiest of the scum, an individual who allegedly consorts with demon kind to destroy their own. Not a good look. This trial, given the collar, could, if done correctly, sway the opinion of the masses into a different direction. One that may be more, using my words carefully here, useful in the future.
Okay. I see what you're
Okay.
saying.
You do.
I think so.
Okay,
Do you
play it
think
back
your
for me.
explanation was bad? I thought it was pretty good.
I'm not seeing a connection in your eyes. You seem
You want us to go in,
sure.
sway the masses, as it were.
Yes.
Which will be more difficult if we have to use the devices they give us.
Indeed. And he puts his hands on his face and goes, oh. To be honest with you,
You want to come as a witness?
I don't think that would turn out very well.
No, calling a devil as a witness probably wouldn't be the best
no,
thing.
I don't think so. They have ways
It's
of
funny.
figuring out who I am.
Holy shit, oh my god, that would be amazing.
Imagine if they got one of those collars on
Oh,
you.
God.
The things you would not
Would you be
say.
able to prove that you have been working with demonkind? I call to the stand.
Devil. I have tortured thousands of souls. Quite funny, actually. There was one named Kyle. He. Anyway.
Torin sets his wrist.
So
That
I can't
escalated.
live in this world anymore.
So he essentially goes, let me lay it out for you. My suggestion would be to trust in your old pal Sybil, for once at least. Don't try any fancy tricks. That halfling is about to suggest something. He's been gone for far too long. He doesn't understand the new paradigm here. If you were to do what he suggests, it would turn out badly for you. In fact, I, myself, the great Sybil, couldn't help you if you tried that. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Sure is not a strong word. I need something more concrete. Do you
Don't
understand?
do what Sebastian says.
Yes. Good. Very good. You learn.
There's still a lot of soot there. Somehow it didn't come off in the swamp. I don't know how.
Could have been the shit water.
It just kind of congealed.
I will be in your court. You don't understand it. It doesn't matter. I request you trust me. This one time, friend.
I trust you.
I wouldn't recommend saying bold-faced what happened. I would try, in a manner of speaking, having some tact. Tell the truth.
Okay, listen. I know that already. That's what I was planning to do if we couldn't avoid the courts. I thought that since you could not influence things too much, as you've said, too directly, you basically got us inside. I didn't know if you wanted to help more. That's why I started to posit what I did to Sebastian. But if you're telling me to go forth into the courts, say no more. I'm your guy.
I'm telling you to trust me.
You got it.
Good. And he's gone.
Do you trust? He trusts me.
Who trusts you?
Claire, how'd you get over there?
I'm on the ceiling.
Here's what we could do. I have a device. It's easily concealable. Right here. And he pulls out, it's a little like, it looks like almost like a spider. If I affix this to the underside of the collar, it might be able to dull the effective properties of the enchantment. Yes, the only time I could do this would be, and he points to the map, between the police precinct and the prison, and the precinct and the courts. Those are the only places.
So you don't think that there's any chance of us escaping?
Oh.
You just want to tamper?
Oh, come on now, trust me. You trust me, don't you?
I do. But I'm just saying that's what you're clearly stating. We will not be able to escape. You think a better chance
Oh, there's
by...
no way. You have really outdone yourself. I had no clue this had happened. You fools. What? Who told you to come here?
You did.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Why did you listen?
Because you're my brother.
Wait.
And I trust you.
Well, look where it got you.
Yeah.
And he kind of stops from laughing and kind of gets sad again.
Yeah, exactly. Some of us want separate cells.
Oh my god. And
We're falling
he
apart.
posits that plan.
It's okay. He was joking. He was joking.
So, who trusts me? Eh? Who trusts me?
Look, I would really rather just escape. If we're gonna go into the courts surrounded by people with that type of magic, they're gonna notice that, aren't they?
That's what I'm worried about too. That they would notice that.
Notice.
All right.
No, I'm too good.
If I'm being entirely honest,
Really?
I
Because you
don't.
fell asleep. Sorry, Witton. You fell asleep too. To the non-sombrero dude that you don't even recognize.
No,
You didn't.
of course not. I was not the target of the spell.
How are you feeling? Corruption-wise.
Better than you will in a bit, I guarantee you.
We're gonna feel more corrupted.
As I was saying before,
We only have a few hours. Come on, we have to make a decision.
Well,
I don't
think-
entirely trust you, but I
I'm
also
afraid.
don't want to run.
I'm afraid there is no other option. You have nothing else. Trust or not, it's over. There's no luxury like this now.
Well,
You are in the Farsight's grasp.
It's
Once
like you
get
said.
in it.
We just have to be able to tell the truth.
But
Yes.
not really.
Not entirely.
not-
We're leaving certain details.
You're going to have to be clever. I know that's going to be hard for you. I'm kidding, I'm not. But it will be hard. I'm not joking. For all of you, you'll have to be very clear. You, big boy, Mr. Blunt Man, do not do that in there. I know you're like, oh, I can sense it. Oh, woe is me. My life is over. I have scar thing on chest. Trust me, you do not want to be an experiment here. They will not let you die. When they say you die, your body does, but your soul does not. Trust me. You do not want to lose this battle. Do you understand? I need you to tell me that you understand. And he's being very sincere here.
Given what, because I took a specialty in occultism and more backgrounds for demon knowledge, supernatural things like that, is there, as awful of a thought this is there any kind of upside Fredrick could find to destroying the city creature that was once Delruth?
Like in his heart of hearts, like in his... Wouldn't that be something that you would have to, like as a player, kind of
Roleplay side.
come to? I mean,
I think it's a mix between that and
if you just need like someone to
world-
talk to about it, we can.
like
we can
world
Well,
lore.
no, it's just,
kind of.
Oh, are there
Like,
any
is there-
like upsides at all?
yeah.
Any implications world-wise?
Or was that creature truly in its maturity and it was time to go? It wasn't premature. It was matured and good.
I think it's a question. What you're grappling with is an ontological question of fate.
Yeah.
And it's also the question which I think, you would have learned this through Gate Rise, through the loss of your mother. Does the pain equal, is that all that's going to ever be there? Like, is that it?
Yeah.
Is this the death blow and it's just downhill from here? Or was it a necessary thing? I think your crisis of faith as Fredrick would come to answering the question as to whether or not you have the strength, the willpower, the emotional energy to keep fighting anyways. And that's something I can't answer for you, because that's definitely up to you to decide if there is the light. As of right now, the output is, if you're an output guy, your philosophy of life is like input output, like the far side. The output is people have suffered. But was it necessary in the grand scheme to bring about the
change
end
that we
of
need.
this paradigm?
Yeah.
I'd
That's
say
how Torin feels.
I'd say, I mean, let's talk about it logically. Your character, Fredrick, is in by all accounts, as far as we can tell right now, closer to one of the demon lords than maybe any mortal on the planet.
Yeah.
Which is the curse something that can be used as you view it?
Yeah.
Is it something where you're willing to destroy yourself for the betterment of others? And I think that's really where, just from the way you've talked about Fredrick, really where the struggle is coming internally. Is there a path forward that allows him to be the individual he wants to be? And I think the ego versus the id really are at war at the moment. And I don't really know how to define it. That's up to you, Brandon, right?
So Fredrick would look at Sebastian. I understand. It's just been picking at my mind here that, as we told you, the whole city was a creature. The whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Was it time for it to go?
Hard to say.
And that's an argument maybe we could try to discuss and figure out, because that would still be telling the truth. But maybe by destroying it, it didn't let it grow more and bigger. I understand, as many of you, as the one who threw the knife, but we were all there. It was horrible. Many, many people died and are suffering.
A chance
But-
to get closer.
How many more would have died if we had not done it then.
If it had been bigger
If it
and
had
it had
been
released more chaos, it could have
50.
reached Slattown.
50, 100 years more of growth and becoming stronger.
Meanwhile, all the cities like Slattown and Murder House are sitting there in their defenses, just letting the world crumble around them. But now, refugees at their gates, they have to take action.
Yes, they're overboarded. Yes, they're concerned about many things that are happening here. But perhaps it is a chance to... Is there still more... I wouldn't say land, of course, but space to grow the town. To make it bigger.
Slattown. Yes, but it is corrupted. It takes generations to eradicate it.
Then
These
why don't
bones
they
were-
teach people how to do this?
Teach? It takes a lifetime of attunement, of resistance training. If you ever try to inoculate yourself from poison, it takes forever. But this is on a scale unprecedented. And the people who go through the process are never the same after. It's sacrificing themselves. You don't have a lot of people lining up to do this. A lot of people who have the physiology, the oomph to be able to do it. Yes. Are you sure you don't want to try to mess with the colors? We can try to just lie, because they won't be used to it.
That seems more dangerous to me.
I understand. Very passionate to save your sister. It's a good thing.
I understand that.
I don't think that we're going to get out of this by arguing that what we did was good.
No. We have to find a way to make the objective be reasonable. That is correct.
You have to find a way to lie without lying, my friend. You have to make it to where, when you speak, they hear what they want to hear, or what they don't expect to hear, not what they think they're going to hear. They're going to trust anything you say, because you can say it. But, again, halflings are... They're logical creatures. They're not creative. We are. But most of them are, they do not see the forest for the trees. Most, if put on trial, could only say the facts. It's like they're programmed. Farsight orators especially. You need to find a way to communicate which doesn't damn you. And as he says that, footsteps down the hall start to come. The guards are coming.
Oh, you
They're
mean
coming to take you. You must decide. What will you do? Will you use this device? Or are you going to try to spin doctor this? You must decide now.
Spin.
No device.
Claire's
So be
just in
it.
the background smiling.
And he puts the device away. The guards come, open the gate, and lead you away. And that's where we'll take our break.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
So hungry.
See
We'll be
ya.
back.
We'll be back in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, everybody. 15 minutes. My favorite class that I flavored is
Crayon flavored?
Sorry, I was very full.
good.
You get a lot of crayons.
Welcome back. We have with us tonight a special guest. It is
ADHD.
Crayon Man. no, that's great.
Man.
Crewman.
Welcome back. Thanks for waiting. We just had to take a brief break.
It's like a One Punch Man.
I have my favorite class. My favorite class is, what is my favorite class?
A Pathfinder?
Probably Barbarian. I'll be honest.
Nice.
They're just like hitting things.
We're talking 5e. I like Warlock.
I like
They're fun.
sorcerers, druid.
Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast.
There's more to it than that. Shut up.
They need serious early game adjustment, in
I
my
know.
opinion. So bad.
That's fair.
Oh god. It depends on how you build it, of course, but
Yeah.
I don't
why I
know.
like it.
I think my favorite playthrough
Hexblade
of D&D
Paladin.
has been.
Hexadin.
I don't know. Like there's certain
Nerd.
classes that
I
just.
played a gnome druid, and
Yes.
it was so much fun. He was a moon druid.
Of course.
yeah.
The only viable moon. Or
But
only
as
viable
a
druid.
tiny little
Almost.
fucking
Stars.
gnome. So
Stars.
Sorry, asking
Stars
questions.
is
Get closer. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I appreciate it though. Most people lurk, to be honest, because it's a 4.5 hour stream, so most people don't.
We
No,
appreciate
I wanna
you.
try
No, but we
Sorcerer
sincerely
Rogue
appreciate that.
Devil.
That's
What?
awesome. Okay, let's get back
Sorcerer
into it.
Rogue.
What do we say? What do we say?
Let's roll.
Can you do like a dun dun
Dun dun.
Can we get one
Do
of
we
those
have that sound
copies?
effect?
That's copywritten.
Can
so
we get
Yeah.
one of
Well,
those?
you can dun yourself.
You can dun yourself, and that's okay.
Do you done yourself?
Dude, what's so cool about my setup is that
Did you dun Sebastian?
the GM stand has lights on it, like the flickering lights, and my
thank you.
background does,
Peace.
but I don't.
Yes, peace.
Yeah, you
So-
have nothing.
Which
You
is
have
just
no light.
super weird, like to look at.
You get to see it all.
Well, it's a really
Green
good-
screen.
Green screen.
Green screen.
But
I will never forget.
Ever.
So, when we last left off, you guys had conferred with Sebastian. He gave you basically the
Green
lowdown is that an arcane relic's going to be put on your neck. It's going to restrict your ability to lie.
Yes,
If you blatantly tell everything as it happened, they will kill you. There's no doubt. You'll have to play for a lesser sentence. Objectivity and logical analysis rules here, so you'll have to be cautious of that. And you'll also be defended by Sebastian. So, you're led by magic through the various areas of the lower tier of Slattown. You're led through the police and into the courts.
Did you fart? Is that what that was?
Where are you
And
going?
then
Yeah, where are we
Hey!
We're gone.
That's just the noise I made.
Into the courts.
We escaped.
It's a big cord.
You're led into a large, ornate chamber, Gothic in structure. It's almost, if you were able to see it out from the outside, you can only imagine it has to be a floating Gothic structure, physically fused to the rib cage of Ustaras, greatly rendered by a 4-year-old Annabelle. It is fused to the side of a rib. You can actually see the rib through the structure. And at its precipice, at its peak, with the rib going through, you see the magistrate. A triumvirate of 3 individuals, all halflings, sitting there in luxurious chairs with wigs on, the whole gambit. Yeah, what? I made my explanation white.
I just need to know, and also for everybody listening, is this like walking into a preschool? Where like all the chairs are so small.
No.
Fredrick's just
All
all
of it's
stand.
halfling size.
And he's
No,
like this
the
big,
chairs are halfling sized for the magistrates, but for everywhere else it's relative. So it depends. As you walk up to the stand, you're sat down, and right before your eyes, the chairs actually morph to conform.
You hear the slightest as you sit down.
Like transformers,
Yeah.
conform to your particular sizes.
Oh my
This
god.
one's a Decepticon. I want that one so I can lie.
And the trial
So good.
begins.
Oh shit.
Dun dun. We see a copy of Law and Order from that guy's office, but it's like season 6.
Ting, ting, ting. The court is now in session. Welcome all. And the entire courtroom, if you can imagine a courtroom, a lot of the seating is completely filled with various individuals, not just halflings, but there seems to be people of various statuses here. And some, if you were to look behind you, do look like refugees. But no one that you outwardly recognize, not even yourself, Annabelle. All the faces in the crowd seem vague to you. There's one in particular, an old halfling lady that sort of seems vaguely familiar, but you spent a lot of time here, and the chaos of the waste slowly eats away at your memories. So who's to say if you actually seriously remember who this person is or not? But you do recognize vaguely one face. The order that we shall proceed is as follows. We will question one of the 5 perpetrators. From there, they will be affixed with the color. They will be asked questions by our defense. After that, they will be let down from the witness stand. They will have the collar removed. From there, the collar will be affixed to the next individual who has perpetrated these acts, so on and so forth. Any witnesses called can be called at any time by the defense or the acting civil attorney. Any questions for the 5 perpetrators before we begin? After the court has ruled, which will only take exactly 1 minute. They don't have to rely on hearsay.
Yeah, no.
They get to hear it from the straight from the horse's mouth. The defense will meet to discuss the findings of the magistrate. The acting civil attorney will meet to discuss the choices of the magistrate as to guilt or innocence and the sentence. That will be done for 10 minutes, after which, for a 2-minute period, the sentences will be laid out and carried out immediately. If there are no questions, we shall proceed. This is all coming from the main magistrate. There's 3. He is sitting in the center. He's a larger halfling than any of you have ever seen. He's quite large, but he's still markedly a halfling.
His stubby legs give him away.
Then the escort is now in session.
Oh, shit.
Dun dun.
Torin throws up a little bit.
Swallow it.
He swallows it.
Oh, that's gross.
Good.
That's really gross.
I just noticed you changed your hairstyle.
What kind of music fits a courtroom? Not really any of the nail.
You just need like a typeyewriter sound in the background.
You got that fucking heartbeat one?
Oh,
Oh,
God.
God.
The whole time.
That would play up dramatically.
You can play that
a
one
lot.
just before they announce it. The decision is dun dun.
I imagine that's how most of us are feeling right now.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Without a doubt.
Torin feels fine.
I feel great.
I feel
Oh, we
great.
didn't say your characters. We just said
Oh,
us.
I feel fine. Annabelle does not.
I'm so
that's
happy for
cool.
you.
Yeah.
We don't want that.
Me, the player, is very afraid of what will come out of his mouth.
Yeah.
T-P-K!
Everyone just looks at Torin as he's just...
Can we talk
TPP, total
out
party
our
execution.
collective
Hey.
intelligence modifiers real quick?
All right.
The what?
Collective intelligent modifiers, just so everybody understands the role play for our characters. Let's go down the line. +1. 2.
+1.
+1. 0. And we got +1 over here. So, I mean, that's pretty solid across the board.
Only slightly more intelligent than a commoner.
Except,
And then the
Except for-
commoner.
And then
which doesn't mean he's dumb.
No.
That was it.
that's when
Average.
he's done.
Average.
I hit things.
So
Also,
it totally has
wisdom's
+5.
very important. As is charisma, of which I have 0. Let's go.
I have
Well,
bomb.
I have a -1 to charisma.
I got 1.
The goblin's
three
like one of those gross things you look at and you're like, that's pretty gross, but it's also kind of cute. But
Yeah.
not because it's cute.
It's
Right,
cute until sharp teeth and split tongue.
You know, the first reaction is, whoa!
The court is now in session.
You said that already, sir.
Silence!
Guard comes up, slits my throat.
He dies.
Oh,
Like there.
Civil's back there just like, God!
Right.
Damn!
Here we go.
The court will allow the civil defense to go first. You may state your case for the summary of the individuals watching as well as for the magistrates. Please begin your description of events. And Sebastian, sitting with you guys, stands up and walks to the front and describes the following. It is easy for all of you to succumb to hearsay. I understand, I've heard it myself. To think that these 5 individuals single-handedly destroyed the Ashlands, unheard of. But I ask only this of all of you.
Does that make sense?
What?
I was just talking to myself.
I ask all of this. I had it perfect. I ask all of you only this. Let logic and the truth guide your judgment, not hearsay. No. That is not our way. That is not our people's way. Do not let it cloud your judgment because you want an answer to such a terrible act. I ask that you listen with an open heart and mind to their answers. and judge not because of what I say, but because of what you think. The truth will be out. That is all. And he sits back down. The civil... And he starts to mark some stuff on his paper. Actually, Sebastian, could you please stand back up? And Sebastian walks back up. Are you or are you not a blood relative of one of the defense? Yes. I am her brother, yes. I see. And do you not think that being related to the defense, one of the defendants, that you would be compromised in this, as you say, logical thinking? And Sebastian lowers his head. If I can speak the truth, it has been 14 years since I've seen my sister. She is a different woman than she was when we grew up, that is for sure. I am a different man. To say that I should defend her simply because we are related is a fallacy. She is no more a person I know than the person sitting next to her. And the guy who sort of runs the magistrate looks down at his paper and says, as you wish. The civil attorney has the chance to state their defense as well against the defendants. And he walks up. And it's this old guy that you guys recently just spoke to. And he stands in front of the crowd. All I know is this. 4 months ago, we were a peaceful, resource-driven people. Now what are we? Starving. Unable to take care of our own, let alone these people who are begging for help at our gates. Not only that, there has been multiple accounts that these 5 have been seen in Del Ruth at the time of destruction. And yet they walk free as if they had done nothing wrong. I could not tell you what I felt when I saw the chaos, the riot that happened when they showed. No one does that on mere conjecture. These people saw this happen, saw their faces, and that is what I hope for all of you to see. Hearsay, no. How dare you reduce what has happened to hearsay? It is not hearsay, it is people's lives, and that is all I seek to prove today. That is it. Logic does not need to be an account, neither does hearsay, because it is the truth. Why do you have to think if it is the truth? So don't think at all. Just know, that is all I ask. And he sits back down. And thus the session begins. The magistrate goes... Is this correct? How do you spell? This cannot be the right spelling. That's such a on-the-nose name. Okay. Humans. Fredrick Frosthelm? To the stand, please.
Fredrick stands.
Okay. You walk up, and one of the guards affixes the collar to you. You feel immediately a surge go through your body. A surge that, oh my god. Oh god. A surge that feels rather restrictive. It's like you're falling, you're driving while you can't see. It's that pit of your stomach. It feels very queasy. And you're led to the seat. Fredrick, there has been numerous accounts from those living in Del Ruth at the time of the fall that you... Actually, that is interesting. And he starts he stops what he's saying. He stops his line of questioning. And he pushes his hand into his left ear. And he says something under his breath. You can't tell. From the shadows, the purple visage appears, holding a book. He hands it to him. He picks it up, flips through, scrolls down. False tale. Forgive me, I had your name wrong. Written. Not common for us to make mistakes like that, but it happens. False tale. Are you not from the False tale bloodline? That who, according to records, traveled hundreds of years ago across from Solus to this continent?
This is true.
And is it not true that the Slattown bloodline, who, according to our extensive records, made a pact for safe passage with demonkind in exchange for the lives of thousands of their companions? So, growing up, as we referenced in that your father told you the tale of how they were lost at sea and their whole company was destroyed except their boat, and they found their way to their new home in the north through the frost maiden in the sky. That's all you know.
Yeah. Of that, I cannot tell you a truth or a lie. I can just tell you what the tale had become when I was a boy.
And what is that?
As many tales are. Who knows how watered down, but you wish to hear it. They prayed to for passage, and a maiden of frost.
A maiden of frost. Interesting. So, you, as a group of dying people coming from Solus, no halfling among you to keep record of accounts, managed to make it across while all fell by the grace of some frost god in the sky?
This is the legend.
The legend you were told. So it is safe to say that from your perspective, the accounts we have in our records that it was actually a demon and the price was their fellow man is not the story you were told, as far as you know, of course.
Correct.
Interesting.
The story, I can just tell you of my family's history. We revered it as a deity.
Right. I should also preface that the individual talking right now is the defense attorney. That's who's talking right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I actually said that.
No, you did
I
not.
just swapped the accent and
Ran with
I just
it.
swapped the accent and just kept going. Sorry about that. Interesting. Could you please remove your shirt for the court?
He'll remove it.
Could you please describe to the court what the symbol on your chest is?
It is a scarring.
Scarring. Interesting way of putting it. A scarring of what? Body? Spirit?
Body.
Body. What were the circumstances in which you obtained this scar?
I was thrown into a falling building and it collapsed on me.
So you're implying that the building gave you the scar?
No, something didn't let the building fall around me. It still fell, but not around me. I don't know. Nothing was spoken, nothing was agreed to.
It spontaneously appeared after a building fell around you. And where did this occur?
In the market slice?
Why don't you just say Delruth?
In Delruth.
In Delruth.
Delruth, the place where supposedly the corruption that destroyed the Ashlands originated from.
That is your facts.
Have you ever consorted with Demonkind to gain personal honor, wealth, gain in general? Any times in your life that you've consorted with Demonkind?
No. I hunt them.
You hunt demon kind. Okay. Have you ever had to imbibe in demonic energies in order to conduct your hunt?
No. No, this is player asking.
I would say no wouldn't work here.
Okay.
It tightens around your neck.
I feel like Fredrick would really be thinking no, though.
Well, yeah, but it's
And
just
then
try
like,
it
it doesn't come
it's
out.
player. To hunt that strength, unfortunately.
What? I didn't hear you, sorry.
To hunt their strength, sometimes.
You're saying in order to hunt their strength, you need to imbibe in equal strength.
There have been times.
So you have been forced, you're saying, not by choice, but it has been thrust upon you.
If you want to kill what's killing people, you have to choose how to kill it sometimes.
Do you like to kill?
I like to kill demons. Demons that hurt people. Demons that invade our lands.
When's the last time you've killed a demon?
Are you asking for what I believe it is? Or what
I'm
it
asking
actually
when's the
is?
last time you killed a demon? Trusty caller.
He will attempt to answer a week, because that's how long it's been to him.
And so I don't care about the time. I want to know when was the last time you killed a demon. What was it like? The situation, not the time. I don't care about the time. You know what I'm trying to say.
Oh, in Del Ruth.
And he starts to write some notes.
I thought those guys were turned into demons in the swamp.
Have you ever lost control of yourself?
Try to say no? I don't think he has. Because he doesn't know what happened in that span of time.
You could say, I don't know. Like, I mean, from the character's perspective,
Yes.
if you say, I don't know, it's like, I don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
Obviously, that is the truth, but it is curious as to how. Let me rephrase the question. Have you blacked out before?
Drinking.
Fair enough. It says here that your father and brother went to war. Why did you not?
Too young.
Too young, oh, but it also says that children in your bloodline go to war early. So why were you left behind? Service, squire, hunting mates. Why were you left at home? Were you scared? Was it the fact that your father thought you weren't strong enough? What was the consequences for that? Did it cause your family to fall? When your father died at Gate Rise, did that make you sad? And the magistrate stands up and says, that is irrelevant to this interview. Irrelevant to the topic at hand. Stop. Forgive me. He's a very eccentric magistrate. Forgive me, magistrate. Forgive me. It just seems relevant to me because a man who is willing to leave his family to die at Gate Rise is a man willing to do all sorts of things. Maybe to overcompensate. Maybe he feels guilt. Maybe he wants to gain power to defend a family that can no longer be defended. Maybe he picks up new family members to supplement the ones he's lost due to his own inadequacies in youth. I'm just trying to understand that. So can I please continue my line of questioning? And the magistrate says, I genuinely think you're just playing with him. This is a court of law and logic, not an emotional playground. Thank you very much. And he goes, of course, magistrate. Only one, yeah.
The one who stopped him.
Yeah.
Can I read his nameplate? Or their nameplate?
Oh, sure, if you'd like.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's Akl. Acklestead.
Acklestead?
Acklestead.
What a name.
It's a good name.
That's a good name.
Acklestead.
Acklestead.
Jensen Acklestead?
Acklestead Esquire, actually. Acklestead. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun dun.
Acklestead. Yeah, it's something like that. It's a little spelled a little
Here comes into
different.
play in season 7.
I forgot what I was saying.
Sorry.
Oh no.
You went from relevancy to thank you. Okay, fine.
Fine, I'll stop
were
this
leading
line
the
of
witness.
questioning.
Stop the
Alright.
line of questioning, yeah.
So be it. Fine. I will stop this line of questioning. I only have one more question for you, Fredrick. Only one. Did you throw the knife?
I did.
And what was the effect?
Not what I thought it would be.
What did you think it would be?
Unfortunately, a simple life leads to a simple mind. You drive a dagger through something.
Was that it?
No.
No, you said a simple life.
No, he said something else. He said something else after that. You just didn't hear it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
A simple life makes a simple mind. If you drive a dagger through something, it dies. Truly, we thought we would be destroying it in a good way. We wanted to stop. We didn't want people to die.
Destroy what?
Whatever it was.
Whatever it was is not a response to the question, what did you try to destroy?
We thought there was an evil creature there.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to call to the stand a different witness, if you do not mind. Thank you. That's it. You're led off the stand, and the collar's taken off. The magistrate goes, actually, I think we've heard enough of your line of questioning. It's obvious you are imbalanced at the moment. Why don't you cool down and let the defense ask some questions? Why don't you say, why not that? And there's no response.
Mm-hmm.
What is happening? And these are obviously very disconnected people.
Oh, yeah.
And this is kind of like their, cushy desk job, because they don't really have to work because of the collars.
Yeah.
And he's just staring at daggers at this magistrate. Sir. Somebody sit him down, please. And from it, the purple visage kind of directs him, and he goes and sits down. Sebastian stands. I would like to call Annabelle to the stand.
Yeah.
Tell me, Annabelle, why did you leave the Farsight Oratus?
I was interested in serving in a different way. I went out with the mercenaries to gather supplies, and I didn't make it onto the ship on the way back.
Was this intentional, or was it an accident?
It was an accident.
So you're saying that, in fact, you didn't come back home simply because you missed a boat? Home, excuse me, meaning Slattown.
She can't lie.
Let me ask another question. And the magistrate goes, no, I think she should answer this one before we move on. And Sebastian says, of course, of course.
Given fate to be the way it was, that I would survive a night, one single night out, when I had missed the boat. I was emboldened and wanted to see more of the world.
I see. Wanderlust. Not so different from your father, I take it, who is a known, renowned wanderer.
I suppose.
So you could say that your predisposition to explore the world is blood related, almost learned from your parents, no?
Relevancy.
This is Sebastian.
Yeah.
My parents and a very, very good older brother.
I see. So, the spirit in which you set out to see the world was one of positivity, of a desire to expand your horizons, to grow as an intellectual.
Of course.
Exactly. Interesting. You had no intention of becoming a part of, let's say, a band. On the outset, leaving, you had no intention.
No, my intention lay in finding things I was curious about.
I see. A thirst for knowledge. Something I feel every halfling in this hall would relate to. Very interesting indeed. Very interesting. You're probably wondering how this is relevant. Well, allow my next question to cement that. Annabelle, what was your relationship with the Band of the Phoenix? What did you do? What service did you provide?
I aided the leader in map making.
Ah, cartography.
Just pose the 101.
Cartography, of course.
Hey,
You
for
were-
a 4-year-old, that's impressive.
So you were a part of the Band of the Phoenix to improve your skills as a cartographer.
That, yes, and the protection it provided to travel with a group.
Allowing you to better pursue your intellectual studies.
Yes.
Yes, of course, I see. So a noble pursuit. So upon entering into the service of the band, it just so happened that you got mixed up into all of the nonsense that transpired after which. Tell me, how did the Band of the Phoenix fall? Do you remember?
We were ambushed.
Ambushed by?
Ambushed by demons.
And what happened to you?
I just remember waking up in a bone pit.
A bone pit. Not a place that demon worshippers would end up, I don't think so. Not a place that they would ever expect to be finding themselves. Interesting. That is all I have to ask. And he gestures for you to be left to stand. And the civil attorney stands up and says, actually, I have some questions of my own. Is it true your parents forbade you from leaving the Farsight Orators?
Yes.
Interesting. And what was that reason? Do you recall? You do not recall. You do not recall. Well, it is written in public record. Shall I speak it for the court? Predisposition toward archaic and otherwise unknown magics can lead to doom and devastation for her and others. That is the reason cited when the guards were told not to let you leave. How do you feel about that? And the magistrate goes, I don't understand how she feels about this has anything to do with this. Fair enough. Were you aware that this reason was given?
I don't believe so.
Is it true that despite their trepidation, you left?
Obviously, I left.
Is it true that you suffer from hallucinations?
No.
It isn't. Interesting. Okay. Is it true that you can detect other planar objects through instinct?
I don't think I would call it instinct. I think I would call it knowledge. Knowing what to look for and where to look.
Interesting. That is not what we have here. What we have is that you can, having recorded by some of your caretakers at youth, able to sense when they had arcane objects on their person without knowing they were there. Are you aware that this is a skill you have? Yes or no? Or is this humble servant of the Farsight Order a liar?
I don't.
Come on, Annabelle.
I have discovered since leaving how to do such things, but it is not.
So you can. Interesting. Is it true that at the age of 1, 3 Farsight seniors were reduced to ashes while under the charge of babysitting you? And Sebastian rockets out of his chair and screams, "Objection! She would have no memory of such a thing, even if it were true." And so he responds by saying, "Oh, so you question her memory then. Fair enough. I can respect that. Then why don't we call a witness to the event to the stand? I call Old Lady Gibbon." And from the stands the lady that you vaguely recognize. And she walks up to the stand. You are trading the necklace for her as you're sat back down. And she sits down. And he says, "For the court, can you please recollect the night?"
Can I whisper to Sebastian as I sit back down?
So he's like separated. He's not like in a lineup
okay,
for you.
that's fine.
Mr. Gibbon, can you please? Gibbon. It's Guy and Bon. Gibbon. Can you please, for the court, recount the night in which you found the 3 Farsight seniors reduced to ashes? And she sits there and, I was a cookmaid at that time. I was charged with cooking for the guards. I was also a servant of the Greenshire family. Not so close that I knew them personally, but I knew them well enough. They were decent people, a bit eccentric even for that time. Their children even more so. I remember washing the dishes. It was a very quiet night. There wasn't a peep. It was always quiet. The first 10 to 15 years after Gate Rise, it was always so quiet outside. Like all the birds had died, and all the bees and everything that buzz in the night was gone. No splashing of the water. It's still night. And I remember I was the only one up. It was the only time I had to clean. And I remember that the Greenshires were out with their eldest to do something. I don't remember what. Some sort of lecture in the library, I guess, over maybe new gnomish technology that was discovered in the north, because that was all the rage back then. And that's when I heard it. A scream. At first I thought somebody had broken in to hurt the youngest Greenshire, Annabelle. I rush over there, scared. I grabbed a fire poker to defend myself, and as I walk into the room, I see at the center Annabelle, covered in ash, and 3 piles.
Oh, so she didn't even see it. Huh. sorry. I was just so enwrapped in the story.
So, you're saying that the only thing you heard was a scream and then 3 piles of ash? That is correct. And after which it was determined that the 3 seniors that were in charge of protecting her, that is common for our culture, were missing. Through some reverse forensics, I believe they found that it was in fact them, and they were destroyed using a ferocious wave of divine magic. Thank you. And so she's led off the stage, and you're
That old lady know a lot of shit.
led back on, and she does not meet your eye as she walks by.
Rude.
I'm back on the stand.
Yeah. I only have one more question.
It's important.
I only have one more question. How long have you been a demon in disguise?
You're joking.
Sebastian stands and yells objection, and the magistrate waves, "Come now!" What?
No, that's just my reaction to this NPC.
And he's like, "That is all." And he smiles at you, "That's all." Which, if you don't know law, that's a common attack, is that you say something that is not
Outlandish.
valid.
Right.
To cement it in the minds of those who are in the jury, usually.
I would never recognize a tactic like that.
Demons couldn't control divine magic like that.
Well, you're off the stand.
Yeah.
So nothing you-
As like they're trying to take the ball off.
Shove him away.
I still have it on.
Oh, is it my turn?
I call to the stand, says Sebastian.
Oi.
Very briefly, I call to the stand Fredrick. One last time. Very briefly. Love fantasy Law and Order.
No, this is extremely fun. I'm loving this right now. I don't even care.
You just say when.
A law and order.
What were the circumstances in which you encountered my sister Annabelle Greenshire?
Oh. Well, I wouldn't be standing here.
In what meaning? She saved you? Is that what you're implying?
Definitely.
What happened? Very briefly.
I had taken quite a wound from a demon. It was dead, and I was close. I had found a place to shelter briefly, and I was very thankful to see a halfling come over that hill and not another demon.
I see. So you two have a, I would say, familiar bond, a friendship.
That is a word.
Well, how would you describe it?
Wow.
Damn! What word would you use to describe your relationship?
Torin's on the edge of his seat, like, they're not just friends? Like, looks over at Annabelle.
Friend is a word.
Friend is an appropriate word. I see.
He's all Torin's up. It's like,
In the time you traveled with my sister, how long was that span? 4 years, correct? 5 years almost? 5 years. And in that time, would you say that my sister resembled any sort of symptoms of demonhood?
No.
No symptoms. Nothing untoward ever happened regarding her person and her relationship with you. Nothing untoward.
No.
No. I see. And do you feel as though she has been a positive or negative influence?
Very positive.
Very positive. That is all I have to ask. Thank you. I would like to call, says the defense, or the civil attorney.
Oh.
I would like to call.
He does it. You lied. Torin's just very smug when you come back and sit down. Gives you this look. I knew you were something.
I would like to call
It's like a dog, as long as you don't make eye contact.
Walk. Walk.
Things are changing.
Walkies.
Yeah, how many papers you got over there, cuz?
Hey, he said at the very beginning, it's like a 45-page thing or whatever.
Yeah, it's
We wrote an entire episode of Fantasy Law and Order.
There was a script, I knew it!
After all this time, he got it.
This is scripted.
It's all right here, before they can get me off air!
Yours looks so
Turned
nice.
into an
Mine looks
episode
like
of Truman
this.
Show.
I think we should have cameras on their dice trays. I don't believe it.
Anyone else like the Truman Show? That was a great movie.
That movie.
So good.
Never watched it. Still don't know what it's about.
Really?
It's good.
Highly recommend. Jim Carrey is great.
High quality movie.
I do know who Jim Carrey is.
It's not a typical Jim Carrey movie.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not like a typical comedy.
That's a good.
That was good.
Thanks.
What?
Let's see.
What are you're staring?
So,
Why are you staring?
You're staring at me. Oh, right.
how do we think we're doing so far?
I think we're doing
We're
okay.
gonna die.
I felt better.
I-
What was said that I was? Oh, did you
Grim
throw the
ways
knife?
to die.
Did you throw the knife? Was
Yes.
one
Yes.
point that I was like, oh fuck, we're
Yeah.
dead now.
I've
Then
thrown
it
many
kind of
knives.
recovered. It recovered.
It
I
didn't
think.
go as bad as it could have, but it was not good.
Yeah. And we're back.
This guy's an asshole.
Yes. Correct. I
Nothing,
feel like I did a
nothing
good job.
changed. I actually just forgot the name.
Ah.
I would like to call
Torin.
Corbin to the stand.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
I know that guy.
And
just
out
wait.
walks the wackademic.
God damn.
I fucking told you.
He sits on the stand,
Quit.
Oh, hey, we know
seemingly
that guy.
unaffected from your fight, where he casted all sorts of insane spells at you.
Can I do a
Yeah.
recall, like a knowledge check, just get like, is this a real person?
Yeah, go for it.
He attacked us?
I'll do a religion.
It was one of the
I feel like that's
one of the facsimiles that attacked us. That
Nope,
was on the
12.
top of the Del Roof.
This is the gnome.
I'm gonna use
This is the gnome
Crossover.
that made our devices.
Yep.
cognitive crossover and re-roll it with nature.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What's happening?
19.
No, it's not a real person at all. It's like a vapid. It is almost insultingly not a real person. He walks up to the stand, and on goes the caller. He stands there, not even looking at you guys, very drawn and staring into the distance. And he asks, "Who are you?" "Corbin," he responds. He asks, "Are you aware of entities known colloquially as the Bound?" He says, "Yes." He says, "Have you ever been in contact with these 5 individuals?" "Yes." "Did you witness them bring about the destruction of the Fief of Del Ruth and subsequently the entirety of the Ashlands?" "Yes." "Was it intentional, of their own will, as far as you know, for them to have brought the destruction? No ambiguity, no good intentions done bad, but true, unadulterated evil." That is irrelevant. His own opinions don't matter. You have to give hard facts. And you now notice to the right is this really tiny looking individual, one of the 3 magistrates. He's sitting off to the right. And he looks like a halfling, but upon inspection is actually a gnome.
And that's him. That's why his voice was weird. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Actually a gnome. And this particular magistrate, upon looking, looks a little bit more frustrated. And I think you could probably draw conclusions there. But now that he's piping up when a gnome is on the stand is interesting. "I actually have some questions for my gnome compatriot. What college did you study in?" Yes.
There it is.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, that you studied at a college, or yes, that's the name of the college? Yes. Sorry, I know this is my first time here, but it seems as though he's broken. Is this usually how these go? And the magistrate, who normally has been coasting through this, is sitting there going, no, I don't think that's correct. What is your name? Corbin. Okay. Look at me. And he doesn't look. And you feel in the back a feeling of warmth. Familiar warmth. Do you look?
Sure. First I go, Torin? And I look behind me.
You see the human version of Sybil standing there, sort of like laughing to himself. And he kind of eyeballs you like...
I lick my nose with my tongue.
The ace in the hole. Something is not right here. The magistrate is befuddled and confused. Like, what's happening here? While the defense, the civil attorney, God, I hate lingo.
Yep,
the civil
legal terms.
attorney is just like,
Just say good guys, bad guys.
like very, very confused. Because this is supposed to be his star witness, and he's fumbling. And he's like, he cuts his losses and says, that's all I have to say at the moment. And so he's led off the stage.
Can
And
we
then-
speak?
Do what?
Can we speak?
It would, you
It's frowned upon.
probably shouldn't, but...
That's kind of the. I think that was kind of the general rules that
Okay.
were
I
got away
stated
with
before him.
No matter. I would like to call a second witness if the magistrates would allow. And they go, so long as he's better than that guy. Yes, of course. And the gnome magistrate leans over to the main one and starts to whisper. And the magistrate passes him a note, and they stop talking. I would like to call the one colloquially known as the Goblin to the stand.
Oh, that's me.
Is there a way I can make a perception check to try and read lips, perchance?
Well, he went like this.
Oh, okay,
Like,
fair.
I didn't even think I did that move.
Yeah, you did. I just wasn't sure if that was,
Just in case you didn't know that podcast is.
Also a feat.
Yeah, I know. I debated on taking that.
Okay, so you're out on the stand. How long have you been roaming the wastes?
Ooh. A while. For sure.
How old are you?
30. Under 40.
So, you're old enough to remember Gate Rise then. Then, if I can ask, how did you survive it?
I left.
You left. Left what?
Mourne.
I see. So you left the continent of Mourne. Interesting. Goblins are not very common here, correct?
No.
I see. Yet you're here.
Yes.
So, is what happened to you similar to what happened to your people?
You could say that.
Are they dead?
No.
So they're around. Interesting. Under what circumstances do you feel that this longevity is applied to? And the magistrate stops him and says, clarify.
What?
Did you have to consort with demon kind in order to survive?
Survival's what I'm best at.
I see. And if survival is what you're best at, what accounts for the large amount of gnomish engineering? It seems there's been a lot of work. How did you come by it?
Well, much like my friend Fredrick, I was once left very much dead. But instead of a halfling walking over that hill, it was gnomes, and I didn't see them because I was unconscious.
I see. So you were rendered unconscious. Gnomes discovered you. Was this in slaughter cabin?
I think that's where I was found. That's certainly where I woke up.
How do you not remember where you were found?
Again, I was unconscious.
But how did that come about? Do you remember?
It all happened very fast.
It happened fast. Interesting. Very fast. How fast?
Difficult to say.
Difficult to say.
Not very good with numbers. if you
Not
can't
very
tell.
good at numbers. And he's obviously laughing to himself, thinking this guy's an utter idiot. But in reality, you're playing the game, and he's too stupid to realize.
I don't know what you're talking about, Grim.
And I don't think that's a check. It's written all over his face that he's just like, what the heck is happening here? Are you or are you not abound?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Interesting. Interesting. Do you or do you not have connections?
That's my favorite. Just the, all right, man.
What?
Come on.
Objection! What the fuck?
You're welcome. I'm sorry. Connections. I don't know how you, fellow Farsight auditors.
It's okay. I can answer for myself. I got plenty of... Well, I guess Kyle's not around anymore, but I knew the best cook that you would ever find and want to travel together. He had this wok, and it was seasoned perfectly.
How did you end up in the Band of the Phoenix?
I was wandering the wastes, and then I was running from many dangerous things in the wastes, and I ended up running the same direction as this fellow dwarf man, Torin.
Torin raises his hand for a second, puts his hand back down.
And safety in numbers, we survived that adventure, and after
So safety in numbers. You joined the band
Yeah.
to be safe.
Yeah.
And how did you end up with these bound?
When we were attacked by a demon horde, I woke up in
In
the
the
same
bone pit. I see.
Captured, strung upside down, kind of like a hog, for slaughter types deal. It was all very horrific.
And exactly how did you, of all of your band members, survive? Why were you not eaten?
Well, they didn't all survive. Most of them are dead.
That is what I just said. How did you survive when none of the rest of them did? What makes you so special? Why did you not get eaten?
Well, as you've said, goblins are pretty rare, so I'm not sure that they knew what to do with me. And then also, as I've said before, I'm really good at surviving.
Good at surviving.
Yeah.
My God.
When to fight, when to
Torin's
flee.
so proud.
I have this rule book. I haven't written all of them down.
That's all of my
but
questions. Nicely done.
That was so good.
There are rules to this. So as you guys go through, we'll see. I have a point total tallying up. Anyway, yeah, okay.
That's concerning.
Sebastian stands and says, "If I could have the honor of asking my own questions to the Goblin." You are not abound.
I've already answered that question.
Just say yes.
Yeah.
He's throwing you softballs here. The implication is that if Sebastian's asking you questions,
Sorry,
it
you're my
pro-
friend. I have to say
You're my friend. I see. Okay, interesting. So, I have to ask, it's been very dangerous for you, not having these powers to rely on. You're a normal entity, normal mortal.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And none of these people have seen a real goblin before in the flesh. They've had renderings, and often they're very
Crude.
They're really not
Yeah.
nice. So
I came here
It's
on
like
a
the
raft
Renaissance paintings
at the back
lions.
of that line, just like everybody else.
They have the human face.
So why do you stay? It's very dangerous. The bound are obviously sought after. People will want them for their own means. Why did you stay around such high-profile targets?
They may attract more attention than others, which is why many people have probably heard about them, simply because of that fact, but they've also saved my life.
So,
I stick with them just as I said before, safety in numbers.
so you're saying it's personal?
Yes.
What is your relationship with Torin the dwarf, Oakshine?
Well, many things could be said about our relationship together.
We'll keep it brief. What would you consider him in a word?
I raise both hands and I just gently interlace fingers.
They're tight.
A basket weave?
We're tight.
Tight. And this is man, you're making me break out the word colloquial a lot here.
A goblin term.
A colloquial used to say close friends.
More like best buddies, but yeah.
Best
Best
buddies.
translation I could.
Buddies. I'm not familiar. Okay. But you're close.
Yes.
Close. So you stay for friendship, for companionship, for not just survival, but because you care.
For safety and because they do good.
So you walked into Del Ruth, not because you had some grand demonic plans, but because you needed to protect and be near your friends.
Oh yeah.
I see. That is all the questions I have. I would like to call to the stand one Torin Oakshine.
Torin, come. Your time has come.
How did you receive that scar?
Well, I'm glad that you asked, because most people just look at me funny. But I got it when I was a young boy. From a monster.
A monster. What kind of monster are you referring to?
I think it was a dragon.
A dragon! And he realizes that you can't lie. A dragon! And where did this occur? In other words, where do you hail from?
I hail from Skipstone.
Skipstone, that is in the east, southeast, is it not?
Honestly, I'm not great with maps.
Honestly, you're not great with maps, eh? That's a shame. So how have you been able to travel the wastes?
Well, I'm about 40 years old, so I was
Yep.
about 10.
You're 40.
I know I don't look it,
I
but
thought you'd have been at least 12. Huh? Dwarves look pretty pretty old. Just the way you act, I guess you thought you were 12.
yeah, you see the laugh lines like underneath.
He rummages through his notes like, huh.
Oh. Scratch it out.
Yeah.
Update 6.2.15.5.
So how do you survive?
Oh.
Well, dwarven architecture is a great way for us to be able to escape the outside. And through those different things, we stumbled upon nastier things in the dark. And, well, some of us had to abandon our homes.
So you're forced. Well, how did you survive in the wastes?
Oh, with people.
With people.
Of course.
How did you end up in the Band of the Phoenix?
With people.
With people. That is not an answer to my question. How did you end up in the Band of the Phoenix? What were the circumstances that ended you in the Band of the Phoenix?
The people that I was with were,
Drove you into the Band of the Phoenix.
well, it was all, strength in numbers, yeah.
I see.
Tried to make a difference, just make a stand, yeah.
Is it true that you boast a connection to the wandering god known as Caden?
Honestly, I don't know. And he says that honestly, especially with the last few dreams he's had.
If-
And then he stops himself as he starts talking. No, sorry, continue.
Okay.
No, you go ahead, you're fine.
Go ahead.
Oh, you already went ahead, yeah.
Go ahead. He dies. No.
We win!
Giveaway. Giveaway. There's no giveaway. Giving away your. Never mind. I was gonna say that, but I decided not to.
Okay, I'll take the fall for you.
Yeah. Caden is known at least in the written text, as a relatively wanderlust-heavy god. Someone that doesn't affect the mortal world as much. Very lackadaisical, if you will. Very passive, neutral. And is known to show himself without issue to those who possess his favor. So I ask simply to prove we will believe your honest truth and your good heart if Caden appears before us. Please show the court your connection to Caden.
Do you have my drinking horn?
And he snaps. Personal effects of Torin Oakshine, please. And out comes the blue visage. And there's your stuff. And he points to the drinking horn and says,
There you go. That's it? I mean, you
That
guys
is
are good
what?
with magic items and whatnot. I got
I
that.
see. You're claiming this is blessed by Caden.
I was the one that was able to pick it up.
And he holds it out, and two hands. There is no magical properties with this drinking horn. And he throws it.
Hey!
So you cannot prove, without a shadow of a doubt, that you are a paladin of Caden.
Wouldn't necessarily say paladin. We more so saw the same kind of things and wanted to liberate people and fight for
Well-
freedom in its finest forms.
That is... that is what paladin means. It's a word.
Oh,
Someone who is a champion of a god who fights for their virtues. That is a that's a paladin. That's a champion.
I definitely fight for freedom of other people for sure.
So then prove that you are a champion of Caden, a paladin of Caden. Prove it to the court, and we shall believe all of you. Prove it.
It's the pencil snap all over again.
He sits there and thinks for a while. That other pouch that I had. The one with the weird liquid on the inside. Scan that. It's got a little bit of spit in there, so be careful.
There's nothing in this. It's empty. I rest my case.
Well, I can make a...
I rest my case.
Torin makes a toilet.
You mean to say you rest your case, as in that's all? Or in the manner that you're done with the witness? He doesn't respond. And he stands over and sits back down. Just,
Are you a lawyer even?
I would like to call, I think. Witton, says Sebastian. What is your name for the court? Full.
Witton Ranter.
Rantur? Oh, that is a well-known last name, family name. One of great research lineage. One that the Farsight auditors know. So, you are a scholar.
I don't know if scholar is the word I'd use.
What word would you use?
More of a medic.
A
Like-
medic, a healer. So you study the restoration arts.
Again, restoration arts wouldn't be the words I'd use.
Sebastian's like, I'm gonna kill this man. I'm gonna kill him.
More medical.
I think the court will understand either way. So why did you decide to go into medical study?
wish to help people.
Help. I see. Is this a desire you've always had?
As long as I can remember.
And did that lead you to the Band of the Phoenix?
Yes.
In what way?
I was, like my compatriots, looking for ways to survive in the wastes.
I see. So, you were there to help them, and yourself in turn. No other reasons.
Correct.
Correct. And after the Band of the Phoenix was destroyed by the demon horde, which we have sufficiently stated as fact, you ended up where?
In the bone pit.
The Bone Pit, I see. A not good place. And upon going to Del Ruth, why did you decide to accompany the party there?
Survival.
Survival of a group. A running theme here. One I think anyone in the Waste would reflect. What was your party's purpose for going to Del Ruth? Do you recall?
I believe it was research and scouting.
Research. Research of what manner? Good, bad?
Are those not relative terms?
Relative only in morality, but not in desire to discover. So if you were going to uncover something, a conspiracy, that would be bad. If you were there to help those in Del Ruth, be a healer for them, that would be good. Good research, bad research. Which one was it?
It was good.
It was good. You were there to go help people in Del Ruth. I see. I see. That is all the questions I have for you. Quickly, if you don't mind. And he snaps his fingers. The collar goes back to Torin. I want to ask you the same thing. And the magistrate goes, Mr. Sebastian, it is a great breach of protocol. We have a process, due process. Please do not break it. And he goes, forgive me, I'm on the roll. I have to ask these questions. Is the same not also true for you?
Absolutely.
You went to Del Ruth for positive intention.
Oh,
good.
for sure.
Why?
Because I want to help the world.
What was wrong with the world in which required you to go to Del Ruth?
Demons.
And there is a demon threat happening in Del Ruth.
There's a demon threat everywhere.
Why Del Ruth specifically, good though? That's my question to you. This is Sebastian talking.
Well, because of the things that we were led to.
Led to. So there was something uncovered, some sort of dangerous thing. Leading.
Leading a witness.
Was there any danger?
Oh, tons of it.
In what was that taking the shape for? Demons, I'd imagine, yes. You've already stated that. And was there a reasonable assumption to be made that there was an ongoing demon threat at Del Ruth?
Absolutely.
And you felt you could help these people?
Yes.
I see. That is all the questions I have. Witton.
Do I have the collar back again? Okay.
Why
Tighter, Daddy.
do you look so sickly?
I'm unsure of the need of my appearance being brought up.
Well, you are unsure? Often it is the business of us Farsight auditors to observe and collect data. And I have to admit, of all the elves I've encountered, you look the most pale. Why?
There are times where I have not.
Are you sick?
I believe so.
There's a sickness. Would this sickness be demonic in origin?
No.
No. You can't say that.
Tighter.
What?
You can't say that.
I don't know if Witton would be knowledgeable if it was demonic.
No, he is.
Is it?
If
Are you
it
thinking
didn't let him.
I would say that demonic in this context is
Applicable.
very broad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does the collar just work with personal truth, or is it objective truth?
Let me ask it in a different way.
Okay.
Because I think you're losing the thread here.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Is your sickness extraplanar in origin?
I believe it might be.
I see. Not uncommon. A lot of people, as we know, suffer from extraplanar disorders. Would this sickness cause you to seek out a cure?
Yes.
And how pressing is it for you to find this cure?
More pressing than, say, a common cold.
More pressing. Well, there's a lot of things more pressing than a common cold. Interesting. So there is a pressure on you to cure this ailment. And I don't mean to say to the magistrate to the right, I understand your own child is suffering from an extraplanar disease. I simply mean to ask, from the point of view of severity, whether or not it would cause any lapse in judgment. And the magistrate that's been quiet for the most part leans forward and is pensively looking at you. Another halfling, I guess I haven't been verbosely describing their appearances, but he in particular looks malnourished. His hair is rather scraggly brown, and his ears are starting to droop, and he's got bags under his eyes as he pensively looks at you. The question is,
Oh, I didn't know.
it was
I didn't realize there was
posed as a statement.
Okay.
Does your ailment cause a loss of mental acuity?
I don't believe so.
As a fair enough assessment, those who do lose their minds to demonic corruptions often don't realize they're losing their minds. Clever. Let me ask another question then. Is your art as a healer directly related to your ailment, the desire to heal?
It wasn't initially.
But it is now.
Partially.
Do you remember Gate Rise?
I believe so. It's been a very long time.
What was it like for you?
Terrifying.
And that terror, where did it occur? Where are you from?
I am from Ebenheim.
Ebenheim. I'm assuming the slums. And he keeps moving on. Are you or are you not abound?
I am.
And what bound powers do you contain?
The ability to heal.
I see. Very noble, very noble. And are you certain of the origin of your bound power?
I am.
And what is that origin?
The goddess Desna.
Desna, clever. Desna only speaks through dreams, as written in our books. Very clever. So I cannot force you to make herself known.
If you bring a wounded, I will heal them with her power.
I understand that. It may look like healing, but there's always a price with magics of your type. Is there not?
The ability to not be able to do it for a certain amount of time, correct? Yes. I can only do it a certain amount of times a day.
You know that I'm not talking about that type of price. I'm talking about a more all-encompassing plainer type of price.
The fact that I follow her? I'm not sure I understand.
You wouldn't. And he kind of gets silent and stares at his notes. Something you can tell and just instinctively feels oddly personal with your line of questioning outside of everyone else's. Were you or were you not at Del Ruth?
I was.
How did it fall?
There was a bright flash, and the top pillar, or the top of the tower, fell.
How many people did you kill?
I don't believe I killed any.
You don't believe you killed any? Well, this isn't a question of belief.
I did not kill any.
Not directly. Were you there when Del Ruth fell?
I was.
Do you feel sad about what you've done? End. That is it. No more. That is all the questions I have. And with that, we enter the closing remarks phase. Sebastian approaches the stand first. I hope you all see through the conveying of truth that these individuals, though involved in the fall of the Ashlands, it was not out of demonic possession or intrigue of destroying mortal kind. It was out of saving. How many times have we accidentally come across something terrible in our research that damages people for the sake of doing something fantastic? Many times, sacrifices must be made. They had no clue that what they did in Del Ruth would lead to the destruction of the Ashlands, and by all accounts, it seems it was almost inevitable. They were at the wrong place at the wrong time, trying to do the best they could do. And it is obvious with the facts. Despite the civil attorney's best attempt at contorting those facts and bringing in personal strife into the equation, the logic speaks clearly. These people require sympathy. That is all.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The civil attorney stands up. Despite young Sebastian's best efforts to convey the contrary, the truth is this: intention or not, these creatures, not entities that belong here, these bound, swam like a vicious viper through the water, up the channels of Del Ruth, and caused the destruction of the Ashlands.
Objection!
They are nothing but the base, worthless scum that deserve to be eradicated.
These are some of the best people I've ever met!
Control your emotions.
These individuals can't even constrain themselves when they feel they're in the right. Imagine their powers when they feel they're in the wrong and lash out like a child. And he looks directly at you when he says that. It is apparent that the only solution to this issue and the only justice to be had for those who have gathered to watch this mock trial, this illogical mockery of justice, is death. That is it. To kill these creatures like you would kill the viper, slithering in the hay, ready to strike at your children. These people are uncontrollable. They are demonic by nature, and I do not buy, neither should you, their so-called hero trip. There are no heroes in this world. Only those with power. That is it. No hero. Only those with power, and those with power always exploit it for those who do not. To those who do not. With those who do not. It is their nature. There's nothing more to be said about it. I rest my case.
Boo!
Did you hear all he said about people in power exploiting their power? That was really interesting coming from his place of power.
Yeah, it's like the whole when you point one finger, you got 5 pointing back at you.
Yeah.
Or 4.
Do you have 6
You were all gestured back to your cell. Sebastian is separated because he's needed to confer, and they commiserate for the minute, after which, for 10 minutes, the defense and the civil attorney discuss whether or not the sentence of death is applicable in this case.
Get up for banishment.
After the 11 minutes, you are brought back. The courtroom is filled to the brim. Most people were waiting for this, not here interested to see the courtroom case, but actually to hear. And I
Always
have
there for the execution, never for
I
the
have
trial.
the points tallied up based
How are they looking at us?
by your responses.
Like, how are the people looking at us as we're walking?
So
Yeah.
to give pressure to what I'm about to unveil,
We're flipping them all off.
there are a variety of sentences that I have written. There's actually 10.
Oh my gosh.
10 sentences, ranging from you did fantastic to arc changing.
Given
Lovely.
our track record.
I have not calculated it.
I thought
I
the
have not
first
been
idea
thinking.
was
I've been just
tallying
tallying
it,
it as you guys do the things that you needed to do. And I'm now going to use the calculator and see where the arc is
I
going to
don't
go
like it.
next.
Do we get our individual scores?
Yeah, I would love that.
Yeah, wait, after
Okay. Yeah, that's
after the session, I want to break it all down. I want to break down what we did.
Talk back. We can do it in talk
Yeah, in the talk back, we break
Oh.
this down.
I can do it now. It's fine.
Torin got you all killed.
Speaking out
And
of turn,
TPK, Torin players killed.
TKP. Torin killed the party.
Character, barbarian.
I already have my backup
Magus.
character.
We're all
Or
clerics.
Magus. Everyone's a cleric.
Everyone's a cleric.
Everyone's a goblin cleric except for me.
Yes.
Jeez.
Okay.
You get to be the thaumaturge.
The best of you
I'll be the
Wasn't me.
thaumaturge.
was the goblin.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 That makes sense. That absolutely makes sense.
I never say shit about anything.
No.
The worst was me.
The second best was Annabelle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Closely
Yep.
behind was Fredrick.
Oh, I'm telling
Wow.
you. I'm telling
Way
you.
higher than
You
I
two
thought.
just
Yeah. I know.
struggled.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
Actually, Tor, you did okay.
Yeah, no, I royally
you did
messed
all
up.
right. You didn't do terribly. Yeah, you didn't do terribly. Just in relation to the goblin, it just made everyone else's point totals look smaller.
That's so
And
funny.
then, but Witton really did.
Yeah, no,
shit the bed.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm well aware.
So now I'm gonna tally up these
What?
points.
Very
Proud of
wise.
myself. I didn't fuck it up, guys.
I mean, luckily there was not a lot of questioning for Torin.
Yeah.
I thought there was.
There was enough.
could've been
Yeah,
Well, there
worse.
was, but I mean, like,
It was, hey,
it could have
That could've
been.
been
summon
tougher,
the
'cause then
god
if you
that
did-
you say you
Ooh,
serve.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty.
And it was like, oh shit.
I thought that was pretty big, and like
Yeah.
the fact. Yeah.
That was. Oh.
I didn't
Thinking-
know what you would say, but yeah.
Thinking back on like the whole god
Okay.
thing was just like, a god that's not gonna fucking show up for you random ass people. What the fuck do you think's gonna happen?
You should have told him that.
No, I thought about that after we
After
were
the
done
fact.
talking.
Yeah, I was
and
like, he didn't say like that's not how this works.
Yeah.
And like I was like, uh-oh. Like he didn't say that. There's no points there. Anyway, okay. I have the tally. I already know what it is, I think, but I'm gonna double check.
Yeah, I could tell in the middle of my questioning, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm.
Okay.
Myself.
just give me.
Dun, dun, dun. Now begins
Season 8.
the sentencing of the 5 defendants known as the Bound,
And the guy.
minus the Goblin. As of this date, the 21st of Numen 9, you are sentenced to death. Unless you can complete a Grail quest. And with that, 5 purple translucent hands grab at the right side of your necks. A searing pain occurs. You have been cursed.
Lovely.
Yeah, I love curses.
You have 1 month and 1 week to accomplish a Grail quest. Your Sherpa will be Sebastian, and your task is very simple. You must find Nirvana. And the civil attorney goes, yes, because most people don't believe Nirvana exists. You have 1 week to research in our library and gather supplies, after which you will be forced out. If by the end of the month, the 21st of Dintine, you do not complete the task, you will all drop dead. And that's where we'll end the session.
Oh my gosh. So where's this on the scale of
Not great.
I thought not.
It's like, this is not a good...
Son of
Jesus.
I wanted to blurt out during the court thing of just like, that's not how that works. But the whole like, when Witton was on the stand talking about, show us evidence of blah, blah. But I was just like,
No,
I've
you
already
have to
said a
bring the
lot.
So you have all been cursed, and you have one week plus a month to find Nirvana. To assist Sebastian in his Grail quest to find Nirvana.
Which he's been on for like 14 years.
Yep.
Which is much better than dying.
Oh, so he's probably almost there.
No. For those who don't know, Nirvana is a mythical halfling location. They believe is a physical location. All halflings in the world have dreams of Nirvana. They're all the same dream. And it compels them to go out in the world as Farsight Orators to discover it. A lot of them perish. And Sebastian was one of those halflings who decided to go out into the world to discover Nirvana. But it's never been uncovered. And this started, this vision quest, it's more of a vision quest than a Grail quest, to be honest, because it is a vision, essentially, is something that occurred after Gate Rise. And a lot of halflings have gone missing looking for it. So they are it's basically sentencing them to death.
Yep.
But Sebastian managed to most likely knock it down and maybe used you. Who's to say? I actually not sure. I think about it.
See,
we'll see.
they need
I have 2
us.
weeks to think about
They
it.
think we're heroes. We're the only
They want
ones
that
can do
Nirvana,
it.
dude. And that's
Punch
the
Torin
end.
right in the fucking mouth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh!
So there you go. How was that?
Oh, thank God I
That
have
was a
this
lot of
beer.
fun for one.
Yeah,
And extremely
it
stressful. Yeah, no, they're
Just goes
That's a
to
good
show, in a real courtroom, I will do dirt.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was fun, man.
And thus is the I guess
Jeez.
that is the arc's goal. You must
We have to find
Find
Nirvana.
you must I guess that's kind of like ironic, like the name Nirvana. You must reach Nirvana because you're all messed up from
Nirvana's-
killing the genocide.
Yeah.
Around
Uh-huh.
you at all
So
times.
that kind of makes sense. You guys have to reach
Jeez.
Nirvana.
Yeah, did I get any points at all
You got 3.
compared to how many for Claire?
16.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
No, I know I did bad.
No, it's okay.
Because to be fair,
I was reading it from the perspective of halflings and not your perspective for your ailment and stuff like that, which is a common, very common. To them, it's like all extra planar is just a demon.
yeah, is demonic.
It's very demonic now. I mean, because there's nothing else there.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I should have said this. So sorry for that confusion.
No, it's okay.
Other than that, there we go. Great session. Thank you guys so much. Everyone gave good RP. Thank you. I thought it was a pretty solid one. I tripped up a few times. It was 4 hours straight of 6 different characters or something like that.
No, that was great
That
though.
was
You were
dope.
doing Sebastian versus the magistrates because I kept forgetting which one you were because they sound so similar. And then
Well,
I was
what I
like,
tried to make
I have to
sound
be
like-
very. Oh wait, this is Sebastian.
There's
He's
only
on my
so
side.
there's only so many types
Yeah.
of
Mediterranean.
Mediterranean I
Yeah.
can do.
The gnome magistrate sounded more like the Wackademic than the Wackademic, but the Wackademic sounded
Was not
Yes.
the Wackademic.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Corbin.
whatever
Yes.
ploy that was about to go down to screw you guys over
right.
was definitely
So probably
befuddled by
probably a
befuddled by.
really good call to talk to your buddy.
Yeah, I didn't have that written like down for you to do that or nothing. Like that wasn't planned. So
Also, just the fact that you called out immediately, like, is he real? Like, that was good. That was clutch.
Yeah, well, I didn't think he was.
No, I know.
I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, this is bullshit.
Bullshit, we killed this mo.
Lord Banshee says you were great, and I'm gonna say that means for everyone.
Oh, thanks,
It is to
Banshee.
royal you.
Thanks,
Well,
We should add banshees as one of our tier levels. If we don't have banshees as a tier level
Trying
already.
to do like a.
Oh, yeah.
but yeah, I thought that was a fun session. Thank you guys so much
Poltergeist,
for watching. We
Banshees,
appreciate
ghouls.
it.
It just goes to
Yes.
show not every session
Has
that
to
you
be.
do has to be combat related for it to be fun.
So
And it's
next session is trying to figure out as much as you possibly can.
Yeah.
About-
With our +5 intelligence through all of us.
Well, you do have Sebastian, luckily.
There is also Sebastian.
Thank
So cool. Plus
And
7.
Annabelle, which
Um,
makes things better or worse,
Pathfinder.
and we're not sure.
Second edition Paizo GM Core, and look at all the subsystems, whether or not he got that from there. It has systems like this in it, where you use point totals for stealth, chasing,
Yep.
or
great.
these sort of diplomatic things.
Hell
They
yeah.
have some built for you, and also encourage on how to make your own.
Which is
It's like
what I
it's a great
did.
system.
Thanks for calling me. God, I hate
hoping-
people who DM. Yeah, I want to thank Lord Banshee was in here the whole time typing in chat. I appreciate it.
Hey, yeah,
Hell
thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you for being
Appreciate
here.
it. Seriously, thank you for being here.
Also, sick name that fits in with what
I'm
we do.
seeing
Yeah,
it through
exactly.
through this camera
We
lens,
appreciate
so-
it. Tell your
a
friends
moment.
if you have any. I don't, so I can't
You're
expect
Banshee,
anyone else to.
Hey, Lord
but-
Banshee.
Lord
appreciate it
Banshee.
so much.
Lord
Thank
He
you.
has to trap people.
Thanks
in
for
this
thanks for
section.
watching not the entire session. But if you liked it,
What?
tell people. That's all. You don't have to do anything else. Tell people about us.
I mean,
get people in here.
watch the rest of our stuff if you haven't.
No, I won't even say that. Just
Watch our stuff.
bombard. Well, because you watched it, so why do you need to watch
Yes.
this?
The shorts.
Keep watching.
I know, but the shorts are this. Bombard your friends. Be like,
Yeah,
look,
watch
I'm going
it.
to get you on the
Guys do
ground
it.
floor here. This thing called Grimm's Dungeon is going to blow your mind. And they're going to be like, I don't have 4.5 hours to spend watching 6 nerds talk to each other in silly voices. And that's when you slap them
Yeah.
and you call them a moron and you yell the best
You get
meme
one of
ever,
these fans and
Skibidi
you
Toilet. Okay. Thank you guys so much for
It
watching.
never
We're gonna
ends.
sign off on before time ends. Actually, thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. Go watch our shorts if you'd like. Go view us on YouTube. Join our Discord if you want some DM advice. We're gonna be using that more often as we get grow. So that's it. Appreciate it. 350 subscribers. Woo woo.
Yes!
Thank you. Appreciate
Night,
it.
everyone.
Good night.
Keep it creepy.
Bye.
Keep it creepy.
Keep it creepy.